All right, good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 24th, 2024. As we begin this morning, we will have an invocation. Commissioner Moore will be introducing Dr. McBean, who will bring the invocation. Following that, we'll ask Commissioner Moore to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have several proclamations. I will come down and take some photographs this morning as well. With that, we have begun our meeting today.
Good morning. With me today I have Pastor Dale McBean, and he is the founder and senior pastor of the Fountain of Truth International Ministries in Claricona, a very important part of District 2. The ministry started with 7 persons in January of 2008, and the fellowship has grown into a strong, spiritually mature church. He's married to an anointed woman of God, Dr. Tiffany McBean, and they are blessed with 2 sons, Philip and Joseph. God has placed a calling on Pastor Dale's life to help equip the body of Christ and advance the message of the kingdom of God. He is the steward of the gospel and believes it is very important to know your spiritual gifts and to operate in them to the best of your ability as the Holy Spirit leads. Pastor McBean attended the Jamaica Theological Seminary, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts in Theology. He furthered his studies at Trinity International University, where he earned a Master's in Religious Studies. His mission is to be the catalyst for change to advance the kingdom through enriching the lives of others with God's Word so they can be a positive influence in their homes, church, and community. Pastor Dale is an outstanding preacher and teacher with a unique gift to share the Word of God. His audience always sees the relevance of the Scripture as it relates to their everyday lives. And with that, I'm sure you're going to pray for us about this little hurricane we're hearing about too, Pastor. All right, welcome.
Good morning. Let us stand for prayer. Thank you. A wise teacher once said, unless the Lord watch over the city, the watchman stays and await in vain. Gracious and Heavenly Father and Creator of all the earth, we thank you for your grace and your goodness. May your face continue to shine upon us so that your ways may be known in our community. We praise you, God, and may all the people praise you. Then our land will be healed in its harvest, and the Lord will be blessed. We come before you with gratitude for the leadership of our beloved Orange County and great city of Orlando. Continue to grant our mayor and the governing board of commissioners and all city officials and staff the knowledge to lead this community in peace. We are forever thankful for their talents, dedication, and service to our community, Lord. Give them a heart of wisdom to produce creative ideas, solutions to problems, new technology, and products to advance our community. May you forever give them sound counsel and good judgment to help them to make good decisions. May you also give them great knowledge, understanding, and the power to face each challenge with an open heart and thoughtful mind as they deeply commit to the will and being good citizens. Father, grant them the insight to see beyond the immediate need. Envision a future where every resident has the opportunity to prosper. Help them, Lord, to listen attentively to the diverse voice within a community, understanding the unique challenge and aspiration of each individual. Help them to foster an environment where collaboration and dialogue flourish, where, Lord, they will build bridges, Lord God, and fill gaps, and, Lord, continue to build continuous connection. Earnestly we pray, Lord, that you will lead them with integrity, and, Lord God, that they will embody the value of fairness and, Lord God, compassion and transparency. By justice, your word says, gives a king stability. So, Father, we pray, oh God, that they will, Lord, continue, Lord God, to lead this community. We pray, oh God, that they will prioritize, Lord God, in their midst, Lord God, need their assistance. Lord, install in them a sense of purpose and responsibility. Remind them that their work impact lives so many. Lord, our hearts, Lord God, pray for these leaders, Lord, as they navigate complex governance, Lord God. Grant them strength in the face of adversity. When they encounter obstacle, may they, Lord, become resilient and steadfast, drawing upon the support of the community. Help them, Lord, to celebrate success, no matter how small. And, Lord, as they learn from the challenges, give them grace and courage. We also ask, Lord, that you will bless, Lord God, the partnership that they have with the local organizations and business and community, Lord God, members that they partnered. May their collaboration inspire innovative solution, Lord God, to the pressing issues we face from housing, education, health, and safety. Empower them, Lord God, with creative policies, Lord God, and that will foster stability in the community, Lord God, and pave a way for brightness and more, Lord God, equity for the future of this community. As we move forward today, Lord, we thank you for this county, Lord, that it will shine as a beacon throughout this whole nation. It will be a beacon of hope and prosperity. Let your peace reign in the heart and as you guide and lead through these leaders as they strive to make Orange County a place, Lord God, where everybody will thrive. We ask all of this in Jesus' precious name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, we match. Sorry. Look at you too. Every other Tuesday I consider like it's our fashion. I know. Yeah, fashion week, so now it's like I know. Well, that's the only thing we're good at. 28. Fireworks. You've been school, right? Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Mayor. There are 3 proclamations for this morning's BCC session. The first one is for Donald Scott Day. Donald Scott Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas Donald Scott attended Apopka High School and was an outstanding wide receiver, he discovered his talent for track and field his freshman year as a sprinter and hurdler. And whereas Donald Scott excelled on the gridiron at Apopka High School and earned a scholarship to play football at Eastern Michigan University, he later joined the college track team after his football freshman year. And whereas Donald Scott earned a degree in criminal justice at Eastern Michigan University, EMU, and set numerous records at EMU in track and field, including 9 Mid-American Conference titles, 2 NCAA Division I All-American honors, and set the Mid-American Conference and school record for the triple jump. And whereas Donald Scott is a skilled and talented track and field athlete, winning the USA TF indoor and outdoor track and field championships in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2022. And he earned a bronze medal for the World Indoor Championships representing the United States. And whereas Donald Scott, a 2-time Olympian, qualified for the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2020, placing 7th place in the men's triple jump, and he qualified for the Olympic Games in Paris in 2024, placing 14th in the men's triple jump. And whereas Donald Scott enjoys spending time with his family and friends and giving back to the youth in the community through mentoring. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, as Donald Scott Day in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to join us in honoring and celebrating Donald's accomplishments. Done in August 24th day of September, 2024. Receiving the proclamation is the Olympian himself, Donald Scott.
Hi guys, just want to say thank you guys for guess I just taking the time to celebrate me today, and and actually giving me my own day. The journey has been long. I've been doing it since 2015 professionally, and I have accomplished a lot, but I'm not done yet. I will be going to LA 28 Olympics. That's the goal, you know. So, and then also, if there's any businesses in here who sponsor athletes, I'm open to any sponsorships. You know, I'm just saying. But again, thank you guys, and I appreciate it again.
I want to do some acknowledgement since Donald is an Apopka High School graduate. Master Deputy Curtis Barnes over here is a graduate of Apopka High School, and he was a track and field superstar. He holds a record at Apopka. What's the record you hold, Curtis? 330 hurdles. He's the record holder there historically. And also, I have a grandson. My only grandson is a little AAU track and field phenom. He's a sprinter. And so he looks up to you. He goes to Apopka Elementary School today. So with that, we're going to go to the middle for a photograph.
Let's give Donald Scott some Orange County love. A big round of applause. We will see you in Los Angeles in 2028, Mr. Scott. All right, our next proclamation is for Recovery Month. Recovery Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness, preventing and overcoming mental and or substance abuse disorders is critical to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas the Orange County Drug-Free Coalition proudly commemorates its 25th anniversary, a significant milestone that provides an opportunity for the community to come together, reflect on the progress made, and look forward to a future free from the influence of illicit drugs. And whereas Live Fest is not just a celebration, but a testament to the hard work and dedication of the Orange County Drug-Free Coalition, its partners, and the communities it serves. And whereas Live Fest aims to unite individuals, families, and organizations dedicated to promoting a drug-free and healthier community while celebrating this significant achievement of 25 years together, a moment of accomplishment for us all. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of September as National Recovery Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to join the Voices for Recovery. Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, and every community. Done in order this 24th day of September 2024, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Dr. Tom Hall. Dr. Tom Hall is the Director of Orange County's Drug-Free Office. Dr. Hall.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. Today is a celebration because in 1999, on September 28th, then Mayor Mel Martinez and the Board of County Commissioners funded a drug-free coalition. Orange County is one of the first counties in the state to have a government-funded coalition. And so it's something that we are all proud of. And today we have members of that coalition who have been here for almost the whole 25 years. I want to call out a couple of people. Louis Delgado from the Now Matters More Foundation, Sharon Warner. Both of these folks have been involved from the beginning of the coalition. Also, an important person to recognize is Carol Burkett. For 15 years, she led the coalition. So I was a committee volunteer for 15 of those years before 5 years ago I replaced pretty big high heels to fill, and I'm still trying. But on the 28th, this Saturday, weather permitting, we're going to celebrate 25 years. We're going to honor those people who have been involved. Mel Martinez is going to receive an award and make some brief comments. The mayor is going to stop in. He's got a very busy day, and I invite all of you to come celebrate. We're going to have food trucks, we're going to have live entertainment, there's going to be activities for children, but the whole point of this is celebrating our community and what you make possible. Thank you.
Dr. Hall, give us a little bit more information about what will take place and where it will be on this weekend.
So on the 28th, on Saturday, we'll be at Lake Eola on the backside where the farmers market is. And so it won't be at the band shell, it'll be in back of the park, and look forward to seeing everybody.
All right, we hope you all can attend. Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. Our final proclamation, last and certainly not least, is for energy awareness. Energy awareness. And the proclamation reads, whereas effective, quickest, and cleanest way to meet growing energy needs, lower power plant emissions, mitigate the effects of climate change, and reduce the cost of utility bills for residents and businesses. And whereas implementing energy and climate action plans with local utility companies is a critical step to achieving 100% clean, net zero carbon renewable energy for the community by 2050. And whereas Orange County is committed to reducing energy usage in county facilities through high-performance building standards and energy conservation projects, achieving high scores for using less energy, reducing operational costs, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas for qualifying residents, Orange County offers and administers programs to assist with energy bill payment, as well as bringing down the cost with energy-efficient upgrades for central heating and air conditioning systems. And whereas transforming our community to operate on energy sources that do not cause greenhouse gas emissions will protect public health, create sustainable jobs, and provide a healthier future for all. And whereas Orange County is proud, very proud, to have the largest floating solar array in the southeastern United States of America. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Energy Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida, done and ordered this 24th day of September 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Carrie Black. Where's Carrie? There's Carrie. Carrie is the Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer for Orange County Government. Carrie.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. I'm Carrie Black, Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer. Energy Awareness Month was created to highlight the crucial role energy plays in our daily lives, from refrigerating our food and cooling our homes to powering our work, while also impacting national security and environmental sustainability. There's also nothing like, unfortunately, a power outage, hopefully very short, to make someone very energy aware and appreciative. Here at Orange County, we are energy aware. We are committed to conserving energy, enhancing efficiency, and transitioning to clean, renewable energy sources. We have taken significant strides by constructing high-performing buildings, conducting energy audits, and implementing projects such as lighting upgrades to reduce energy usage in county facilities. Our efforts have earned national recognition for lowering operational costs and greenhouse gas emissions, and we have a fantastic facilities team leading the charge. For our residents, we offer programs that assist with energy bills and provide efficiency upgrades to qualifying households. We also encourage businesses and homeowners to explore tax credits and utility rebates to further reduce costs and improve energy efficiency. And you can learn more by visiting ocfl.net/sustainability and click on the resident resources box in the lower right-hand corner. Lastly, we are very proud to lead by example with having the largest floating solar array in the southeastern United States, further advancing our vision for a more sustainable future. So this Energy Awareness Month, I encourage everyone to consider taking one simple action. Switch to LED light bulbs, check your weather stripping, add attic insulation, or turn something off when you're not using it. Each step helps conserve energy, lowers your utility bill, and reduces your carbon footprint. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Carrie, Mayor, Board. And before we jump into the Board of County Commission meeting, you have to observe the wonderful art that we have here in the chambers today. It is a new collection. To bring us more information about that and some details, I'm going to call on Vicki Landon. Vicki Landon is the Administrator for Arts and Cultural Affairs here in Orange County. Vicki, come on up and talk about what's here in the chambers.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Byron, I'm happy to be here this morning to present to you the newest exhibition for Art in the Chambers, which is Faux Florida Fables by artist Carl Knickerbocker. Carl was born in a small town in upstate New York, but he relocated to an orange grove just around Oviedo in 1970 and has remained there since. In 1984, he kicked off his art career, but it took him several years of experimenting before he came up with what he refers to as a suburban primitive art style, and it features a bright color palette and a bold commentary on popular culture. His often oversized and entertaining acrylic on canvas pieces have been shown at museums across the state of Florida. There's a quote that his art provides us with a paradox that is simultaneously entertaining and enlightening, thus transforming the prosaic into poetry. Carl's been the recipient of numerous grant awards and accolades over the years, including a Florida Individual Artist Fellowship Grant, a United Arts of Central Florida Individual Artist Grant, and from Art in the Embassies program from the U.S. Department of State for Malawi, Africa. Carl's also known for painting art cars and has participated in art car events in Houston, Texas, Louisville, Kentucky, Mount Dora, and West Palm Beach. Carl also does a little bit of work in film, and he's recently received an honorable mention for the Chroma Art Film Festival and a selection from the Delete TV Festival in London. So this very large and colorful exhibit will be up with us through the end of January. This coming Monday, as soon as your workday concludes here in the building, we'll be having our opening reception, and we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible that can pop in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Landon. We have the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful art that we have here within the chambers on multiple occasions. And if you look to my right and to your left, they even opened the blinds here today to show the glass work here behind us. Oftentimes that's closed when we come in, so it looks good today. That brings more light into our chambers. So as we move forward at this point, we're going to move to our public comment period of time. We're going to invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters such as procurement items that's not appropriate to come before this body. But this afternoon we will also have our public hearing period regarding land use matters, and if you have a land use zoning matter, the public hearing for that is during the afternoon portion of the meeting. With that, we'll move forward. Mr. Thalmuller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. It looks like we have 27 speaker cards this morning.
Okay. All right.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up in order in the back wall, approach the podium one at a time. When you do reach the podium, start with your name and address for the record, please. Our first speaker this morning is going to be John Jennings, followed by Glenn Kirk, Jill Sharga, Jenna Van Ryswick, and Lee Perry.
And as the speakers are coming forward, that time will move by quickly. We will hold you to no more than 2 minutes. With that, we'll begin with the first speaker. Mr. Jennings, present. Okay, you're recognized, sir.
Good morning. I'm John Jennings. I've been chairman of the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board for 28 years. For the Board of County Commissioners, I've been through 5 commissioners and a bunch of mayors. And I'm here to speak about the crisis on Big Sand Lake we've got going on. We've got about 200 docks on, and over 100 are underwater right now. The water in the past 6 weeks has come up 4 feet. We've got a water problem. We've got our swales. We've got some county swales, the South Florida Water Management swales that we all had to put in the back of our yards are all underwater. These septic tank drain fields that we've got, they're all compromised. We've got environmentally a flooding problem on Big Sand Lake, and what's causing a bunch of it is the DOT, part of the Darrell Carter interchange, and the I-4 Ultimate has put an outflow pipe that isn't working. And they've been working on that for a couple of years. In fact, the fact is they're a year behind in completing it from their original schedule. So this pipe, when I went out there this last weekend, I threw an apple in there and it just sat there. So there's no outflow to Big Sand Lake. Maybe if there is, it's not very much. So the water continues to rise, and we just got an issue. Now, I've been in contact with the DOT, and as of yesterday, Rita Harris asked that the DOT get their pumps out and pump the lake. So they need to get on with that. So I'm requesting that you guys, us, Orange County, participate and get that moving so we can get this lake down to a reasonable level. It's 5 feet over the normal high. It's a foot and a half over where it was supposed to flow through this outfall pipe to Shingle Creek, and it's an environmental disaster going on, and our water quality is deteriorating. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jennings, for your comments. And I believe we have someone from Public Works that may be here to kind of give you a bit of an update. Who's here from EPD of Public Works? Okay, there's Joe, if you'll just talk to him briefly. And just to the audience and to the board, obviously, we've had a very, very rainy season this year, and our water bodies are above where perhaps they have been in the past. We have a potential storm that may be impacting us soon. We are taking our precautions to control those things that we can control. We can't control Mother Nature. But this afternoon, to members of the board, during the afternoon meeting, I've asked our Director of Public Safety, Director Danny Banks, will be coming forward, and he'll be giving us an update regarding our response efforts related to the ensuing storm. We'll have the most up-to-date information at that time. I will be during our break midday. We have some business that we'll be taking care of with the executive session with the board, but immediately after that, I will be leading our executive policy group a call with all of our community partners to ensure that we are prepared as best as we can going forward. So with that,
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Wilson.
I'm so sorry, because it's a District 1 thing, I just wanted to also comment that we have been working with the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board since day one, because this has been really the first one of the meetings I went to that they had about this issue was in 2019, 2018, and it does seem to be very closely tied to the activity on the I-4 Ultimate, and so understanding that multi-jurisdictional complication, I want to continue to encourage all participants, because even when the DOT says we've got it, it doesn't seem to be that they've got it. And so I thank EPD for continuing to meet with my residents out there, but we've got to figure out how to nail down exactly what's happening with the water, and also hold the surrounding development interest accountable for some of the violations that happened during Ian. There were several MPDES violations that, I don't know if they're remedied yet, which means the next storm that comes may continue to add problems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And of course, Mr. Jennings may not know, but my neighborhood is on Big Sand Lake. Okay, so thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator. My name is Glenn Kirk, 2601 Timberlake. We live in a neighborhood off Canal that's on Lake Conway, over Lake Pershing, Fern Creek. I think there's a lot of neighbors that are here right now. We have a gentleman that is firing off fireworks 3 times a day, mortars, going over towards my house. I live approximately 300 yards away, and it's still bothering us, the dogs, the neighbors. Some of my neighbors get out and just scream. It's been going on with this neighbor for over 20 years is my understanding. He also has pornographic objects on his fence facing his neighbor just to be spiteful of very disgusting things that he considers art. And the sheriffs have been called 25 times or more to his residence. They haven't been able to do anything about it. I think us and these people are just at our wits' end. We don't know what to do. That's why we're here today. I do have the address and the owner's name, Kenneth Woodworth, 2527 over Lake Orlando. The owner is Fred Tinderman. But this has just been a problem, and I think some of these good people, the main thing is the children that are associated with the neighbors and the people that are around there. I think it's direct pain and correct. It just needs to be corrected. Don't know how exactly. My father was a children's advocate. His name was Thomas Kirk. Juvenile courthouse is named after him. If he would be here today, I'm sure he would have some serious comments about it and be more well-versed than I am on the subject. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I had the privilege of working with Judge Clerk for a number of years, Kirk for a number of years. And just one warning to the audience. You can't make noise. If you have silent types of support, you're welcome to do that. But as we endeavor to maintain the decorum this morning, we don't allow the making of noise while in the chambers. All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jill Sharga. I live at 2617 Overlake Avenue. My mom lives at 3919 Venice Drive. I live on a block that has 105 homes on it, 105. My folks were one of the first to build their house there in 1957. My mom is 95 years old and still lives in my childhood home. We have a neighbor who is 100 years old on the other side of our block. She also has been there since the 1950s. There are probably 10 of us who are now the second generation living in or owning our parents' home. My point is, it's very stable, it's very quiet. Until last February or March of this year, we've all been experiencing shattering bombs and mortars exploding overhead from our neighbor who lives at 2527 Overlake Avenue. Sometimes these explosions are 4 times a day. The frequency is now so often, I can't keep up with the documentation for each kaboom. From September 15th to the 22nd, in 1 week, we heard 14 explosions. We've all called 911. We've all called code enforcement. And I personally have witnessed 4 sheriff cars pull up to his house, bang on the door, and he refuses to come outside. Like the first person said, if that's not enough, the man has dozens of obscene objects, a hand flipping the bird to the family on the other side who has twin 4-year-old girls. They have creatively put pinwheels and planters up to shield their view. The sheriff I spoke to said, asked me if I had any proof. How am I to have proof of this when I don't know when an explosion is going to happen? We are tired. We are scared of this man. Please, if there's any law, please change the noise level on our block. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Gina Van Ryswick. I live at 3801 Waterfront Parkway. I'm in Myra's district. And according to the pastor's prayer this morning, prayed for the good citizens of this community. We have a man in our community who is not being a good citizen. And we are looking to you, Commissioner, and the Mayor to help us, please.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Perry. I reside in Orlando, Florida, 32810. I am here to warn you all that I attended yesterday's City of Orlando Commission meeting regarding the 52,000-acre annexation that they're considering. And it was shocking. It was offensive. They personally attacked all of you on the board. They insulted all of your intelligence. They basically said that they're in office much longer than you all. They have much more experience. They attacked our staff, saying that the staff is unprofessional and rude, and basically that developers don't want to work with the county. And they said that the county should be sending them thank you cards for how amazing they are and how amazing their process is and how they don't have any problems like what the county has. And, you know, first off, I want to say thank you all so much for actually listening to us and voting for annexation in the rural boundary. That is not something that you all necessarily just came up with the idea. It was lots of public comment. It was lots of people going to the charter review process. It was us fighting lobbyists who went up to Tallahassee and preempted our ability to have access to the civil process of the CRC. And then the city sat through all of our public comment where firefighters were there saying that the county's firefighters have to subsidize this. We had experts in soil and water quality saying that we have a crisis on our hands out there where brackish water is coming in and infiltrating the wells, and that OUC already will not buy the Pleuris water treatment plant. And yet the city ignored all of that and made it a personal attack against your character, against our staff, and against the county. And so I want to warn you all that they are neglecting the real issues, the need for infill in the urban corridor, the high pedestrian fatality rate, and the fact that they are currently not charging full impact fees
All right,
that they
thank
need
you,
to charge
Ms. Perry.
developers to hold them accountable. So please do everything you can to go against this annexation. It is going to cost us all our future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and certainly we'll be addressing all of the issues that were raised yesterday by Mayor Dyer and others. With that, we'll move to our next speaker, please.
All right, next set of speakers, folks, starts with Sue Boulder, followed by Ryan Houhan, Christine Hobson, Carolyn McCarthy, and Josephine.
Okay, if you'll call the first person.
Sue, you're up.
Good morning. Excuse me, I'm so glad to be here with you. This is perfect timing, actually, to be here for this artwork. My name is Sue Bowder. My home and where I work, my nonprofit, is 4865 Cypress Woods Drive, and it is in District 6. And I am the co-founder and the executive director for Central Florida Lewy Body. And the reason that these two paintings in particular are just so perfect is because Lewy body dementia, it's L-E-W-Y, Lewy body dementia, is actually the second leading cause for dementia, and most people in our communities have no idea about it, even many, many of our healthcare providers. So about 10 years ago, a man who I was working with who had Lewy body dementia, we sat on his back deck with his dog, and he said, you know, my wife and I really wish that there'd be a support group for people with Lewy body dementia. The doctors send us to Alzheimer's groups, and it just doesn't connect. And they send us to Parkinson's. It's better, but we really wish that there could be a support group. So I said, let's make it happen. So I approached a local neurologist, and within a month, we had a community Lewy body update and began a very vibrant support group that was offered for not only care partners, but also those with the diagnosis. So often, those with the diagnosis are not included in support groups. And so this has been a very, very important part of what we offer out into the community. Our aim is for both support and education. Because of the pandemic and the emergence of the Zoom platform, we were able to move from one in-person meeting a month to 7 Zooms per month for both support and education. And we're reaching out to not only Central Florida, but also to the whole state and beyond. And the time goes so fast. And I just want to say that please learn about it. I've passed out to the commissioners. I've passed these things out. Would love to come and be able to speak more with you. A proclamation is going to be read.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, on October 23rd.
Thank you very much.
Let me know if any of you would like any of our rack cards.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Ryan Houhan. I am one of the residents of Waterfront Estates, and we have a group of people here today. By a show of hands, can you guys show us who all is here? The vast majority of the room is here today to talk about the issues we're having in our neighborhood. So I want to just kind of have you guys envision for a moment. You're out walking your dog, you hear a mortar shoot off. You're not really sure where it's coming from. You can't see it. You don't understand what's happening. You think it's a gunshot. You immediately call the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office is dispatched. They come out. They're told there's nothing that they can do. Somehow this has become our daily life. You couple that with there's a fence that has phallic objects that are suctioned to it. So every time our children walk by, we get to see these objects. You speak to the neighbor. The neighbor finds it amusing. He knows the sheriff can do nothing. We are all here today to ask for help. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to solve the problem. We all have children. I'm sure the majority of you guys all have children. Could you imagine if your kids were walking down the sidewalk every day and they had to see this and you knew that there was nothing that you could do? I can't fathom that we're sitting here today, that I'm here having this conversation with the commission after we've been told by the sheriff's office that there's absolutely nothing they can do unless they witness it. How do you witness a firework? A typical fireworks show is 15 minutes. Generally speaking, when you call the sheriff's office, it's 20 to 30 minutes until they arrive. So when they arrive, I guarantee you it's done. Furthermore, this gentleman is storing these explosives in his home. I don't know how that's not a violation. I don't know if he's building these explosives in his home. Nobody has any idea. Nobody knows how we fix this. But there should be no reason in this county that this should be allowed under any circumstance. There's a lot of people in this room. There's a lot of voters. If you look at the mile radius of our home, there's 8,000 people that this is affecting. And we're told by the sheriff's office, you can't do anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Hobson. I live at 2408 Overlake Avenue on the same street as the gentleman. I work daily through this. It affects me greatly. My father won't come visit me anymore because his PTSD has been flaring up every time it happens. His dogs can't take it. So I now have to drive 3 hours to visit him. I didn't realize it was affecting me this much, so I do apologize. But something has to happen. I just moved there in December, and had we known this would happen, we would not have moved anywhere near this area. And I would tell anyone else not to move here until this gets fixed. So something, please, needs to be done. The noises especially are what is affecting, and obviously the images on his fence. But it's becoming a significant problem. It's very stressful. I work from home on videos, and I can't get through my day completely without this happening multiple times. And it's, like I said, wasn't expecting this reaction, but it is affecting us a lot. So we please want you to look into this and do something about it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hobson, for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn McCarthy from 3002 Lando Lane. I also live in the same area as most of the people here, and I want to speak to the escalation of the activity. Several months ago when this started, it was once a day. Now it is 3-4 times a day, and several months ago and years prior, I would walk my dog past this house, and the resident has motion sensors in his yard that if you get too close to his yard, it shoots off, like, get away from my lawn, keep off the grass. That has now escalated to signs with profanity saying my neighbor's an a-hole, get the F off my lawn. And now he is placing sexually explicit items on his street-facing fence for everyone to see, including the children that walk on that sidewalk to go to Pershing Elementary. So I'm here again with my neighbors to ask for help with the situation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Richards. I live at 4206 Waterfront Parkway. I'm not quite as close to the gentleman we're discussing as everyone else, but this is a waterfront neighborhood that we live in. So when these explosives go off, the sound travels pretty far. I shouldn't have to hear that. We have lots of wildlife in the area. It's bad enough on the 4th of July for the poor wildlife. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. I've lived there since 1992. So this is very unusual. I don't live close enough to have seen the pornographic material, but I'm sure that is definitely not a good thing. So please, if you can do anything at all to alleviate our situation, because the neighborhood's feeling very tense, and they think this is escalating and it's going to become something more severe. So this person may not be mentally stable. Don't know what to say about that, but that's what everybody's thinking. So thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next to the speakers, starting with Holly Hollow, Yanira Santiago, Tyler Terenbaum, Nicholas Myers, and Francis Roberts. Holly, you're up.
Good morning. My name is Holly Holland, and I live at 2816 Overlake Avenue. Lived there for many years, and this is the first time that we've had issues like this. The mortars are terrifying. The animals are scared to death. A few of the dogs have tried to break through windows because it just terrifies them. I haven't gone by the house. He lives on the other side of Overlake, but we just ask you, please, if you can help us, because it is escalating, and we're afraid of what's going to come next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Yamira Santiago, and I actually live on 4109 Waterfront Parkway. I'm not going to reiterate everything that my lovely neighbors have already indicated. What I would like to point out to the mayor and the commissioners is that this escalation is what worries me most. It's something that started like once a day, and his dispute with his neighbor, from what I understand, it was a dispute with his neighbor with the twin daughters, is now affecting all of us. It's not just his neighbor, it's affecting the neighborhood around us. We're only a block away from Pershing Elementary. So these children that are walking down this street are seeing all these pornographic materials. And that is what concerns me. These children should not be witnessing any of that. So this dispute between his neighbor is now affecting the entire community, and that is what we're trying to portray to you. So we are asking for your help, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Tannenbaum. I live at 2624 Overlake Avenue. I live about 5 houses down from Keith Woodward. He does have his Facebook profile, which is public, and he has photos and posts about him buying fireworks. One post in general, my F-tart neighbor calls the cop on me again for shooting off a mortar today. He is an a-hole. I have not confronted him, but he has signs on his fence that say, "If I offend you, let me know so I can laugh at you." He also has signs that say, "My neighbors are assholes." Excuse my language. Florida statute 791.98. Use of fireworks without a permit are allowed on 3 days: New Year's Day, Independence Day, and New Year's Eve. I've lived in the home for a year and a half, and these have been going off about every single day. My family has owned the home for 20 years. I've never lived in the home, but it's been my dream to live on the lake, and it's not been quite a dream. He did have motion sensors that were if you walked along the sidewalk, they were gunshots and dog noises that would scare children or animals walking down just the sidewalk, not entering onto his property. This is more than a noise complaint, it's a harassment complaint. It's for everyone that lives on these streets and in the neighborhood around. The school's within half a mile of there, it's an elementary school. I've called the sheriff's department multiple times, 311 complaints. They've sent deputies out, and he does not answer the door. I appreciate your time this morning and would like some help with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Myers. I live at 2518 Overlake, directly across from the house in question. And I'm not going to say what everyone else said, but firework mortars, bottle rockets, they ended up in our yards, on top of our roofs, let alone scaring the children. Our dogs get scared. It's very frustrating. From 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night, you never know when it's going to happen. So you could be outside enjoying the evening or inside watching TV, and it still rattles the windows. So it's pretty frustrating. Thank you for your help.
Just one clarification. Did you say that sometimes the fireworks land on your roof?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, was any of that reported?
I don't know if I've reported that, but I could probably walk up there now, and there might be a mortar up there.
Okay. I would, if fireworks land on your roof, that creates a whole different hazard. Please make sure you report that.
There was another incident that happened. It actually happened on New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, it happened. I was out in the garage working, and one of his bottle rockets was a dud and landed right in front of my feet. It was, what if someone wasn't paying attention? You know?
Okay. So just listening, we will caucus with our county attorney and our legal team and the sheriff's legal team to kind of come up with a strategy here. Some of what is described is probably in a very, very gray zone, but some of what you just described could very well be a violation of law. Okay, that has to be addressed at the time. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
My name is Frances Roberts. I live in Ocoee at 713 Ocoee-Apopka Road. I have a house at 711 Ocoee-Apopka Road, and I have a house at 709 Ocoee-Apopka Road. 2 years ago, you allowed the blueberry farm across the street to be converted into 500-square-foot warehouses, and you annexed it into the city of Ocoee. The Orange County developer, whoever's in charge of the street of County Road 437, Ocoee-Apopka Road, has decided to redo the drainage. I have 3 houses. Thanks to their wonderful pencil pushing, I have 2 houses. They've taken out my culvert pipes. They've replaced, I had a 3-foot ditch. They've replaced it with a swell. It has led to massive flooding. Here's pictures. Here's pictures of the proof of my 3rd driveway. They earth movers removed my 3rd driveway and refused to put it back in when they took out the culvert pipes. With 2 inches of water, we have flooding out to like 1 foot in the road. 2 weeks ago, we had 7 inches of water. The whole front yard is flooded. The street is flooded. I can't get in my driveway. So now the ditch that goes right here between 713 and 711, we have to drive through this ditch to get out because the road is all tore up because they took the culvert pipes out. There used to be a culvert pipe that ran right next to 709 underneath County Road 437 that took all the drain water out to the retention ponds in the back. And they removed that pipe and they put in drainage things. The drainage system doesn't work. My yard is flooded. I have 2 driveways for 3 houses. I would like my 3rd driveway back. We had to buy pumps to pump the water from the one house over to the other house to try and get it to drain. We've had to pump our septic tanks. We put 9 truckloads of dirt in the yard at 7-Eleven because it is completely flooded. To raise it up, we have a hurricane coming Wednesday or Thursday. And I have all these bills, and all this is not working, and the drainage system needs to be fixed.
All right, thank you,
We've called Christine Moore's office numerous times, and we have gotten no response.
Unfortunately, you are out of time at this point, but do we have a staff person here that could maybe follow up?
We have Ed and Joe. They're over there, Mayor.
Okay, there they are. Okay. You may be familiar with it, but let's try to follow up with her. Okay. All right. Next speaker, please.
All right. Next speaker is going to be Carl Ambrose, followed by John Schuler, Joshua Shario, Jose Rodriguez, and Narita Perez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I live at 2600 Overlake Avenue. My name is Carl Ambrose. I'm not going to go over what everybody said. The neighbor's an issue. I'm non-confrontational. I've been down multiple times to talk to him. And if he does talk to me, it's very vile. so you can't have a sensible conversation. It'd be nice if there's a way to solve it. I don't know what it is. The statutes are very clear, the days for fireworks. Sheriff's office comes, they're super nice, but their comment is there's really not much they can do, even though he's firing him when he's not supposed to. It's not really going to be prosecuted, so something else needs to be done, whether it's a statute or some sort of issue. But you know, it's constantly all day. My wife is home during the day. We waited for years to get a house on the lake. We're finally there, and then we have this to deal with for the last year. We've been there longer, but for the last year, this has been a constant thing. So I just beg for your hope and help that there is some resolution, and he's not easy to deal with, so I don't know what the answer is, but I just appreciate the time to you guys to consider looking at a way to solve this. When the sheriff's office comes, he's very violent to them, so I don't really know if that's going to be the answer, but anyway, thanks for your time.
All right, thank you for sharing. Next speaker.
John actually stepped out. My name is Josh. Do you want me to go next?
Is Josh after John?
Yes, yep, you're up.
I don't know how to put the stuff just so we can be clear about what we're dealing with. Can I hand this to you and you can all just pass it around?
Okay, what's the nature of what you're trying to pass around? Is it something you want us to see, something you want us to hear?
Yeah, I just want you to see the fence that everybody's talking about, so we're very clear about the obscenities that are going on. My name is Josh Sherio. I live at 2535 next door to the gentleman. I have two twin daughters that will be 5 years old in November. I've been living there for 5 years. I've gone through constant harassment. Revving of his engines, bottle rockets, things making dog barking noise and gun noises. Now mortars, daily, multiple times a day. The obscene fence, I have to explain to my daughters to not worry about it. My family's stressed out. My kids and my wife are having nightmares. I'm having to come up with answers for irrational actions. We are tired. My whole family is tired. It's affected my work performance. I'm not sleeping like I should. My family's not sleeping like they should. It affects me in many, many ways. He has a 3D printer where he manufactures these obscene things to put on the fence. If we scrolled through, you could see what it started with and where we are today. This is where we are today. I'm spending hundreds of dollars to try to block this from my children. The police have been called multiple times and have said that there's nothing they can do. Now, I don't know why. Fireworks are illegal in the state of Florida. They are told that at the end of this law, it says it's unenforceable. Why would you make a law if it's unenforceable? Obscenity needs to be something, to do something, or it's obscene. This is not art. This is harassment. I have a right to live in peace as an American. I should not be tread on. I will not tread on you. I will not bug you. But you are bugging my family on a constant basis. I call 311. I call the sheriffs. We go through this whole thing. When you buy the fireworks, you have to sign something that says you're using it for hunting or agriculture or something. It's obvious. This is a residential neighborhood. He has stockpiled the fireworks. He is manufacturing obscene things and is affecting my children. When I confront him, he gets to the point where I can't do anything but stop shaking and says he doesn't care about my kids. He doesn't care. He has a right. The sheriff's office has told him he has a right to do what he's doing, and we're all here to say we've had enough. If something doesn't get done soon, it's going to go a bad way, and this is what I always tell the police.
All right.
I don't want to shoot out, but if it comes down to that, I will protect my family.
All right. Okay. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is John Schuler. I'm here as well as one of the residents in the 32806 neighborhood on Lando Lane. Honestly, we're fed up and we're lost at what to do for next steps. We feel like he's harassing all of us. Not only is it affecting the pets, I have twin girls as well, twin girls and a 3-year-old. as well as working from home. So it's a all around just a issue problem from the family, from the pets to the kids. It's also just an interruption of work and having to explain to coworkers and supervisors what all this mess is. Yeah, I think it's frustrating, not when being able to speak to law enforcement and them leaving us with no solution and no alternative, because how the law is written, it's not enforceable. So although there is an ordinance against noise, there's nothing that they can do. They can't find him. We've given over evidence to them. We've shown the police video evidence. I have one on my phone right now of him lighting off fireworks in the middle of the day, in the middle of the afternoon, just to harass us. And there's nothing that they can do about it. So, again, you all, this isn't the first time you're hearing it, but appreciate any help that you all can do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schuler. Next speaker, please.
Jose?
Good morning. I'm Jose Rodriguez, 26 Willow Drive, representing Alianza Center, here to speak about an item on the consent agenda, hoping it can get pulled off. When the Citizens Commission released its RFP for these wonderful opportunities to invest in our community, it was just that, a wonderful opportunity for our communities, an opportunity for people to step up within their communities and lead their communities. We submitted an application, a good one. It came back with some good feedback. We were within 2.66 points from the person that got the award. I asked for more information. I happen to have a 17-year background in government procurement, running statistical analyses on the results of procurement and acquisition actions to make sure they're statistically valid. When I looked at it, this was not statistically valid. Actually, the results were they were indistinguishable statistically. And then when we went in, the first one, there was inconsistencies in how we were rated, and then there was an outlier. So when all the math was fixed, we were within 0.33 points of the nearest person. I'm not here to say we should get an award. I'm here to say that when an item comes so close to another item, that should not be a numbers decision. That should be a decision of the commission. We're very concerned. 93% of the commission that made the decision is non-Latino. We're a Latino organization trying to serve Latinos in a community that is in the 85th percentile nationally for limited English and other issues that need cultural competence. I'm not speaking ill of the organization that got this. I wish them well, and if they do get it, I wish the community well. But the system is broken. It doesn't allow Latinos to step forward. The commission is not made up of us. It doesn't represent us. The decisions don't represent us. And the leadership that's being chosen by the people who are making these decisions, they don't know us. So they're basing their decisions on their experiences. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm here to represent the Latino and all races of seniors. I'm here with seniors. I do whatever I have to do for seniors. Activities. I help them with whatever they need. They need more help in insurance. They are locked out of insurance. They are locked out of the rent, the bills. I try so hard to give myself to them, which I cannot give too much, but I try because I care for my seniors. My seniors are the best that I could do. I work with Alianza. Alianza helps out. We do activities. I bring them to activities. We need help, like they love to come out, but they have no way how to be there for any kind of activities. And I search for help. I asked for help so everybody could focus more on our seniors. Thank you very much.
And ma'am, before you leave, I'm not sure if you gave your name and your address or not.
My name is Narita Perez. I live in 100 East Anderson Street,
All right.
Magnolia Towers.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next speaker, please.
All right, this is going to be our last batch of speakers, starting with Jonna Flores, followed by William Davis, Susan Lewis, Ashley Pryor, Nicholas Wild, and Trini Quiroz.
In case you need a translator.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Johanna Flores. I live in 26 Willow Drive, Orlando, Florida. And I'm here with Alianza, also with the Senior in Action Group. Our mission is to develop recreation and cultural activities that provide moments of leisure and fun for older people in the Latino community in a friendly and cordial environment. Thank you sorry for my English, but I'm trying. The vision is become an organization that and social well-being for the elderly and Latino community. We want to create a space for our seniors where they can be educated, participate in cultural and social events, socialize in their own language, enjoy art classes, nutrition classes, and sections on resources available for seniors. That is why it's so important for us to have the resource to be able to provide our seniors with all these facilities. So, yo soy voluntaria también para este grupo de seniors.
I volunteer my time with these seniors.
Especialmente para nuestra gente adulta latina puertorriqueña.
Especially with Latinos, Puerto Ricans in the community.
Que no tienen un espacio.
That there's no spaces created for them.
Para poder ir a socializar.
Where they can socialize.
Para poder ir a hablar.
So they can speak to each other.
Para poder ir a aprender que tienen derechos.
Where they can learn about their basic civic responsibilities and rights.
Derechos en su salud.
Healthcare rights.
Derechos en poder tener acceso a muchos servicios.
The different kind of programs that are available and tailored to their needs.
Y derecho a tener un momento de felicidad.
And a moment of enjoyment.
Muchos de ellos viven solos.
Many of them live alone.
Muchos de ellos no hay tiempo para disfrutar con sus familias.
There's no time to enjoy their family.
Es por eso que estamos creando
That's why we're
este
here.
grupo.
And this is in reference to 24-1359 that we hope you would pull off the consent agenda.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning. William Davis, 2424 Overlake Avenue, and I'm here about the noise ordinance. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us this morning. For me personally, this is a painful quality of life issue. I've lived in this beautiful city my entire life and worked in manufacturing for 20 years. Unfortunately, this has damaged my hearing and made me extremely sensitive to loud noises. When these mortars are set off throughout the day, it sets in motion a deep inner pain in my ears that can last up to 30 minutes. In addition, these commercial-grade fireworks have caused my wife to be prescribed anti-anxiety medication because of the loud booming sound rattles her to the core. My wife, child, and I should not have to live our lives like this in our own home. I would also like to point out, as I'm sure you're aware, that Florida has a law about fireworks. And my own brother is a deputy sheriff, or retired. He just retired a couple of weeks ago from Orange County. And I've reached out to him, and he, as my brother, can't do anything. So what we need to do is we need to change the noise ordinances here in Orange County. And that's what I'm asking you guys to do on the board. You have to give law enforcement the teeth. If you give them the teeth, then I think this will resolve itself. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davis.
Oh, I did want to ask you, you had mentioned about fireworks landing on roofs.
Yes.
My neighbor across the street who could not be here, I was just talking to him about a week ago, and he finds that crap on his roof all the time. If I get pictures, can I email them to you? Would that be sufficient, or is there a certain process I need to follow?
The sheriff's office probably is the appropriate law enforcement authority, but suffice it to say, if you send them in to us, we'll get it to the right person. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Susan Lewis. I live at 2526 Overlake Avenue. Have lived there for over 30 years and I was apprehensive actually about speaking this morning because of the erratic behavior and aggressive behavior and foul language of this neighbor that has happened to me when I've just said good morning. And my husband just said, don't talk to him anymore, just don't engage, because he's scary. He's the kind of guy that you could imagine him going off. We've seen him go off. Orange County Sheriff has video cam of him going off on them. And we've observed his retaliatory behavior in trying to upset 3 sets of next-door neighbors that have lived next to him that the whole neighborhood loved and got along with. Now, our whole neighborhood gets along and loves each other. The only common denominator with discord between him and neighbors at that next-door house is him. We've found firework remains on our roof, on our solar panels, in our backyard, in our side yard, in our driveway. Showed them to the cops. Again, sorry, nothing we can do. And we also work from home. And my husband's here also. And I concur with everything everybody else said. Okay, I support everything everybody else said. And I believe there's a petition for a lot of people that couldn't be here. But this is insane. I mean, how can this type of disturbance and this aggressive behavior and this, I mean, you were talking National Recovery Month. Maybe they should go talk to him because he could probably use some of that kind of help. But he's a scary person. And again, I almost didn't talk this morning. So, you know, we're all fearful. We're terrorized. We're harassed. So thank you for your help.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Ashley Pryor, 2714 Pershing Avenue. I'm also here about the fireworks. Many times a day, my dog has to go run and hide because out of the blue, a firework happens. I've been doing something in my yard. As soon as the big mortar goes off, I find myself flinching and ducking for cover because you just don't know what it is. We live very the gentleman lives very close to Pershing School, which is an elementary middle school. And with today's the feeling in school, any type of noise like that would just terrify the kids. It shouldn't be happening. I've been with all my other neighbors on all this. It would be nice if something could be done. Thank you very much for your time, for listening to us.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Wild. I live at 3810 Harbor Drive. I am also here about the fireworks. I'm a proud dog dad. I have 4 dogs at home. I rescued one back in December. This has been going on since she's been with me, and she's very explosive when the explosions occur, and it's very disruptive in our home. We also work from home, myself and my housemate, and this goes on 3-4 times per day, every day. So hopefully we can do something about it, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. I am speaking this morning on the so-called annexation of 52 acres of land by the city of Orlando. It is no secret that the truth and real animosity do clash when addressing the mantra for the good of the people. However, when it comes to the good and the well-being and the enrichment of the investors and the people who are trying to overcome property to build high-rises and condos and powerful avodes for rich people, it becomes obvious. It is a fact that the city of Orlando, which was a village when I saw her 60 years ago, and Orange County wasn't that much back, 30 years or over when I came to reside here, are clashing because of these 52,000 acres of land. I'm always here for the people, for the homeless, for the ones that no one really cares because I don't see human empathy. Human empathy comes when you serve God and when you have your neighbor and your best wishes. But when corporations and people who build skyscrapers like the Tower of Nimrod that God have to destroy and change the languages back in those times, everything goes. The city of Orlando is being maligned in its ways of doing, and the county of Orange is like a big sister that is being told what to do because she's being called inept and unprepared. And I'm not going to say all the things that have been said at those public meetings, but I want to let you know, now the rubber is hitting the road and the people are still suffering while the rich, the investors, are going to get their piece. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quiros. Other speakers?
Mayor, that was the last registered speaker.
All right. Let me just say to all of you who spoke, that is enormous, especially those who spoke about this neighbor who you are having to endure. We will be committed to figuring out what we can do. I have not been briefed on all of the different nuances that you brought up today, but if there are laws that need to be changed, we will certainly explore that. Sometimes there is, in terms of what is obscene, there's statutory definitions about that. The bar can be fairly high in that arena. But we will certainly look at our county ordinances and we'll look at state statutes. And if there's something that can be done where we can maybe perhaps bring about the change, if that means lobbying our state with the testimony of those of you who have been enduring this, so that they would better understand if we are limited in any way by the laws of our state, then we work to change the laws of our state sometimes. But what you have described just is, to me, is untenable. So we'll follow up with our appropriate staffs. Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's still here from our community and coming out and communicating and emailing. We did have a work session on noise ordinance 2 weeks ago. Was it 3 weeks ago? Feels forever. But I specifically brought it up, and I want to thank staff for taking that to try to include this. But I wanted to let my neighbors know that I actually went out in the community, and I was on the phone with Ms. Lewis. Is she still here? And in my car, and I heard the boom. I was on Bumby. And I said, is that it? And she said, yes, that's it. Then I want to fast forward to this past Saturday. I was walking on Pershing, talking to a neighbor, and that boom, it was probably about 2:30 in the afternoon, was so loud that I ducked because it almost felt like a gunshot. Like I literally ducked. I'm talking to one of your neighbors, and he said, oh yeah, that happens all the time. But what was very interesting after we ducked is it's a pretty quiet and beautiful community. All you heard were the dogs crying after that. I mean, it was physically just even hard to hear. And I just want you guys to know that we're was shown, and thank you for bringing that. I had shared it with my colleagues here to see, and we are going to work hard. We're going to work hard, and you guys deserve it. You have a beautiful neighborhood, beautiful community, and let's move forward and get something done for you.
but I know, I've heard it and I felt it. And thank you for making the time. Thank you for being organized and being here. Thank you guys so much.
Mayor, just real quick, can you guys show of hands who all is here for this issue again? Okay.
All right. We do have other business, but again, thank you all for coming in today. If you must leave, please leave quietly. We do have other business that we're going to move forward with at this time. We will move to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county administrator to present the consent agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We have 3 items to pull off the consent agenda. The first is C21 under Administrative Services Department. It's regarding conservation easement. That item is being pulled by Commissioner Uribe for board discussion. The second item is G2 under Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department. It's regarding a conservation area impact permit. This item is being pulled in tandem with the third, which is H1. H1 under Public Works Department is regarding approval of a borough pit, Bishop and Buttrey Borough Pit. These items are being pulled by Commissioner Bonilla for board discussion this morning as well. So, Mayor, with those 3 items being pulled for discussion this morning, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board action.
What goes with H1 again?
G2 and
G2.
H1 are related. So after H1, we thought we'd just keep them together.
Okay, and with that, with the exception of items C1 and G2, those items will be pulled for
C21.
C21 and G2 and H1, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I had a question about one of the comments that they had asked something to be pulled, and I wasn't familiar with which one it was and why. Alianza about the...
It was Easter Seals was C12, I believe, the CRP. This had to do with the Citizens Review Panel. They made their recommendations, their selection of the entities that submitted proposals.
Okay, why were they asking for it to be pulled?
That was their request, but this was it going through procurement, going through that selection process. Be happy to have Ben Thomas meet with you afterwards, and they can share any information about the CRP process with you.
Okay.
All right. With that, is there a motion for approval of the remaining consent items? Commissioner Scott is the motioner, seconder, Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Uribe was absent for the vote. With that, let me just go back to item. We're going to go to G2 and H1, Commissioner Bonilla, because since Commissioner Uribe had indicated to staff previously that she wanted to pull C21, but she's not here. So we'll go to G2 and H1.
Okay, so we're going to add a condition number 14 to it. It's Bishop and Buttrey Borough Pit number 205 is required to submit a right-of-way permit to the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for the proposed deceleration lane for westbound traffic at the existing driveway entrance. If the FDOT complete the construction of the turn lane prior commencement of operations of the Borough Pit number 205. In the event that the FDOT denies the permit, the applicant shall provide written confirmation of the denial to Orange County's Development Engineering Division, after which they may operate under the approved Borough Pit permit. All design and construction costs will be the responsibility of the applicant. That's, I'll give a copy of this to the clerk just so that they have
Okay,
this.
and
Just to be clear, Mayor, that's the modification to the H1 item.
okay. I don't think I've seen what Commissioner Bonilla read, but has staff seen?
Yes.
the
Yes,
recommendation? Okay.
worked with
And
Commissioner.
with the modification of staff, everyone is clear with the modification to H1 as the county attorney has indicated, and then the G2 item you are okay with. Okay, right? All right. So with that, is there a motion for approval with the modification?
So motion to approve consent item H1-24-1383 for the Bishop and Buttrey Borough Pit number 205 as amended with the new condition number 14, and authorization to issue excavation borough pit permit number 24-E5-0001 to Bishop and Buttrey, Inc., District 5. In addition, the motion is to also approve consent agenda item G.2.2-24-1345 for the Conservation Area Impact Permit CAI-24-02-006 for Honeybee Holdings LLC.
All right. Before I call the question, Commissioner Moore, did you have a question?
I have a highlight when you're done with these on consent.
Okay.
It can wait.
All right. With the motion made by Commissioner Bonilla, did we have a second?
I'll second. Moore.
Second, Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm coming back to you. Okay. All in favor of the modification to Commissioner Bonilla's motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Now that Commissioner Uribe is back, Commissioner Uribe's staff indicated that while you were out that you had indicated you wanted to pull item C21. We'll go back to item C21 at this time, and you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize for not being here. So yes, this is a project on the Curry Ford area. I had pulled it because currently, and we hear this a lot in District 6, where we've got a lot of flooding and issues going on. I have a severe issue going on in East Orange County, which goes into the Econ, which is my Rio Pinar area. We recently had a community meeting with probably about 75 residents where we don't have relief. My concern has been we currently have a study taking place for all of this excess water. Now, granted, this project is a smaller infill project, but we're seeing flooding along the Curry Ford corridor that we've never seen before. And it is a trend that continues to grow. My request was to continue this, to pull it to continue until that study is completed on the extreme flooding and the water. Now, we did receive from Public Works that this is more northbound of where we're going. But guys, water flows. And there's a reason why things that never flooded before are suddenly starting to flood as we continue to infill in this area, because we don't have the proper infrastructure, the swales or the retention ponds to hold the water. I was simply asking for a hold on this approval because we're going to be doing more impact, infill impact, in an area that north of it is being currently studied for all of the water management, all the excess water. But something that's very disheartening is we really don't even have a solution immediately. We're looking, I want to give credit to Era Villanera and the Public Works crew for coming out and facing the community with a very harsh issue that we can't fix overnight. We can't, and it is probably going to take years to fix. And as we have this incoming rain, there continues to be a flow, an overflow of water where we've never had. And I thought that it would be appropriate as we continue to impede in this area to allow for this study to be completed before we move it forward. The constituents are writing every time they break ground. They're very, very concerned that we're moving more and more development. We're grounding more area, and we don't have where this water is flowing to. And so my request was to pull it temporarily, and I think that Joe had gotten us some sort of time frame of when the expectation was for that to be done. But I think it's only appropriate to not keep impeding on this area without knowing what we're dealing with fully. So that was my request and the reason for why I wanted to pull C21. did not mean a denial, but I'm just concerned when you can continue to have impact on our natural environment, yeah, absolutely. But my district is at fault because we're already a dense area that have been built 50, 60 years ago. We're already seeing massive flooding issues, as we are just even seeing in Delaney Park, and areas that never flooded previously are now flooding because of the massive impact that we're doing in infill development. So that was my request, is to please continue it so we could have the study be completed.
Okay, let's hear from staff. I'm going to ask staff to come forward to address if there are any unintended consequences of delaying, and perhaps you can opine on if there's a study being done, when the study will be completed, and if we, as the board, decide to continue the item, when would be an appropriate date to continue this item to.
So thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. The study that we're working on in the reopen our area is generally north of Curry Ford Road, and it's in its final stages. Ed has told me it's about 3 or 4 weeks away from completion. So it's a short horizon for that piece to the north. The implications to the developer is they will not be able to proceed with platting until they have that easement dedication completed, so that they can include that as part of their plat, as part of their platting process. So that would hold up that portion of development until, the easement documents are completed and executed.
Okay, and has the developer aware of the issue with the potential continuance?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, the portion of the study that flows to the north is due to be completed within 3 to 4 weeks. Now, the portion of the reopener study that will actually flow south towards Curry Ford will most likely not be done by this year. It'll probably be done by early next year. We added the scope of that portion at the community meeting at the request of the citizen. So we got the consultant because it was the end of the year. We don't even have the change order cut yet. So if you don't do this today, you're holding this for about at least 5 months before this can be looked at. I don't know if I can put a display kind of to show you for clarification.
That's much more realistic. Thank you.
Okay, so the area in yellow flows to the north, and is the portion of the study that actually flows towards Lake Underhill. I put a little square in the bottom of that map so you know where the Oasis development is. And everything that you see white south of the yellow is part of the reopener golf course and will be the subject of the study that will commence probably in about 3 to 4 weeks. So I just want to make sure that I clarify the timing.
All right. Questions or comments?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonilla, question on?
Yeah, I do. Well, it's both question and comments. One of my comments is that, a lot of Orange County affects where the water flows and all the flooding. I mean, the flooding has just been tremendous this season. I haven't seen flooding this bad for about 8 years. At least on my property, it hasn't been this bad in 8 years. It's been that long. Besides the hurricane, but the hurricane is that's a one-time short span effect of flooding. But this has been like the entire summer, like every day raining and saturation of water on the property that has nowhere to go. And if it's happening on my property, I know it's happening other places. And I have been, I got to say this, I'm a little bitter when I'm saying this because, I saw some of what the city was saying. I was watching their meeting. And, they're accusing us of not taking care of our problems. But I have constituents from the city of Orlando also complaining to me about flooding. An entire street is flooded where the water is coming up to their windows, where they have stormwater pipes and management and everything, and the city of Orlando collects stormwater fees. So why are they having this problem? So it's not an isolated flooding issue in just like my property in the rural East Orange, but also in the city of Orlando. I mean, this is happening everywhere. So when we're looking at just this development where, now this is where it's concerning to me in my briefing with Byron, like I didn't say it during our briefing, but I was very concerned with the way staff spoke about this issue as if it's not a problem. And, it's flowing this way and that way, so it's not going to really affect anything, so there's no problem with moving this forward. I was like, well, I don't know the specific details of this property, but I do know all the details of a lot of different issues in the county. And my statement to them was, well, I'm pretty sure that the district commissioner did her research and understands this problem, and I'm going to trust her judgment. Because we all have been having these issues. We delve into it. We look at the studies. We look at, you could get a study, like when you're having an issue of exactly which areas are flowing where and into what bodies of water. I've asked for those studies in my district and different issues I'm having, so I'm pretty sure you've asked for the same thing and similar issues. But I am concerned about this because this affects my district too. And this water is flowing into the little Econ, into the Econ River, into Seminole County, and Volusia County probably is also I know they're not paying attention, but it affects them too because it goes into the St. Johns River, it backs up, it floods some, like Hurricane Ian and Irma, Seminole County, Volusia County got flooded because the water flows north into their properties. And the water was backing up because the way it happens, it can't flow fast enough into the ocean, it can't drain fast enough, so the water backs up. And, these are just the issues that we're having, and we really need to find some solutions. I mean, we're not going to find it in 3 weeks, the solution to all of this. But we really have to be making better decisions, and, we can't be rushing everything and just really looking at what we're doing, how we're doing it, and see if we could, even if it's just one development, what can we solve within that development to make sure we're doing it right. So definitely, my question is where is all this water flowing? How is it going to affect, the northern properties that keep getting flooded from these rivers overflowing? And I just want to know who's it affecting and what's the county doing to fix it?
So if staff, I heard the portion about the study for the north flow, and then there's a second study that will focus on the south, which is where Rio Pinar is located. Tell me a little bit about just your professional opinion about the flow in question, what's happening with Rio Pinar. Is there anything, if we take action today regarding this piece, what you're saying is kind of focus on the northern portion, if you can distinguish between what's happening south and whether or not there's a possibility of any impact from this northern flow?
But basically, before I came today, we met with development engineering, and Dale Mudrock is here as well, and we were looking at the Oasis development, and obviously they're meeting the pre versus post requirement. Then they'll have a bleed down that will actually flow into the canal south of Corey Ford. So if you're asking, I don't do stormwater anymore, but I used to. I don't think the effect on the existing flow line and the existing base flow coming out of the golf course to the south is really going to be affected. It's a small development. It has a retention pond. The only thing you're going to be flowing out is a bleed down. Now, I have not reviewed the plans, but I think we're pretty confident that it's meeting the county requirements. So my professional opinion, I don't see much of an effect, Commissioner. I don't.
Well,
Okay,
and my follow-up question is on the county requirements. Well, for the 8 years that I've been here, we've known that the county requirements have not been sufficient, and just the way they work hasn't. Like 8 years ago when I met with staff, and I'm talking about different departments, won't say who was telling me what, but, like just the way the county requirements are, the way the water flows and the amount and the rate just didn't really work out when it came to flooding. And, it was said at that time that the county requirements really needed to be changed in order to adapt to what is really needed to prevent the flooding. But that, as far as I know, hasn't happened. So, again, what is the county doing to make sure that we're getting in control of this flooding?
Right. In this particular situation, part of this gives an easement over the main canal that would allow us to keep it maintained and flowing. In some ways, this development, because it's on that downstream path, will help ensure that there isn't any more flooding. So you have to, that's the unusual part about this. This development is going to improve or create that potential to improve the flow path through the canal in that particular area. So.
You bring up a really good point of some issue that I brought this up too. We've had lots of issues with these canals on private properties, which has prevented the county from being able to keep them up and maintain them. Yes. And then there's others that are in, I want to say, more natural areas that are like branches and trees and overgrowth is all falling in. And then EPD is like, well, we can't clean it up because it's a natural flow. And, but all this debris and everything is blocking the water from flowing, which is backing everything up and causing flooding too. But I'm not saying I love EPD. I'm not saying anything bad, but this is what they're telling me, that they can't go through and clean it up and pick up the branches and stuff that are, basically creating a dam because it's a natural area.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And every year, as the vegetation builds up, every year it incrementally goes up and holds that water back a little bit more, and it adds to the problem. Absolutely.
And what is the county doing to fix that?
Well, let me remind the board, if you remember, you had 2 or 3 very extensive, very in-depth work sessions about the stormwater. You had one of the most exhaustive, extensive discussions we've had. The analysis we did showed you exactly what our current regulations, how we fare, and all the various factors. And we are coming back. We still are in the midst of that coming back. Identified that, quite frankly, part of that solution will be the need for existing or new structures, revenue associated with it. And so that was what the board last commission was, for us to go forward and do the analysis for stormwater utility fee to address some of those issues. Some of those activities we already started working on, like addressing the issues with private property as well. So in terms of what we're doing about it, all that goes back to the hours of work sessions that we had with this board earlier this year, late and last year, I think it was. I lose track of time at the time in terms of some of those activities. But with respect to the development standards, those are fairly considered. What we do and what our requirements are considered, for the most part, the standard practices. A lot of, as you all know, and you all have been living, experiencing this, there are a lot of factors that affect the phenomena we have been experiencing with respect to flooding concerns and drainage flow. So that was perhaps a real bold statement. I don't know if we could ever guarantee no flooding. I want to walk that one back a little bit. Ever guarantee no flooding? I don't know if any entity, anywhere, any time could ever guarantee that. But nevertheless, just want to remind the board of the work that has been done and is being done to do our best to be able to bring forward some recommendations to the board that are fairly substantial.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I was going to follow up. I agree. The hubris of man to be able to say that we're getting ahead of the downflow in a place where we're taking out sort of the natural retention and putting in a formula that we know we're in the midst of updating. I agree with the conversation that's being had up here, because one of the things that we did discuss in those lengthy briefings was that there's data and continues to be data that the formulas were based on volumetric measurements of rainfall, rain totals 30 years ago. And we know climate change has affected that. We understand that we're dealing with very different types of even regular afternoon thunderstorms. So that pre versus post storage is sort of where my question is. Has there been any modification of the formula in the midst of, or in this kind of in-between time from the time that we got our update, that we are going to be looking at that new data, and now, that does provide some assurance to people who are us making decisions about what may impact?
So, Commissioner, there has been no code changes to modify, but those are one of the things that Byron had mentioned that we were looking at as part of this year's analysis. You know, we were looking at other agencies, as well as South Florida had done a fairly large study analysis that we were reviewing as well. But currently, the design criteria is the proper storm, 25-year, 24-hour, with attenuation. And they hold, you know, the water, stormwater.
So we're still relying on the things that we see failing across the county?
To match the pre-post discharge rate.
Yeah, so that means we're relying on things we are seeing failing across the county. And I mean that in the way that we understand we're working on an update, but we're relying on, as of today, we're relying on it.
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Joe. So I did ask about this in our briefing yesterday about the flooding in the north. So I just want to make sure I understand kind of the ecosystem of what is happening and what is going to happen. We are aware as an entity that there's flooding in the north independent of this development, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as a result of that awareness of the flooding, and I'm sure other issues, we are doing studies at a macro level to understand what we can do to kind of mitigate that, resolve it, or whatever. Am I correct?
Yeah, we're doing some master drainage analysis as well, Commissioner.
Understood. So independent of all of that, since we are aware of flooding in that particular area, again, independent of this study, independent of the proposed action, what have we done or what are we doing, at least at a micro level, to address those concerns? Because if it's flooding, it's an issue now, and if there's flooding coming into my home, I don't want to have to wait 6-4 months or whatever for a study. And so, what have we done as a government to resolve the issue, at least on a short-term basis, or what do we plan on doing, like with the storm? Let's say that impacts them. Can you kind of articulate that for me, please?
So, on the northern study, there was a number of different items identified for the reopen our area to help relieve some of the high water that was occurring either on the street or in the there's a main canal that runs along Lake Underhill Road. So I know that we're starting the Lake Underhill, cleaning the canal in Lake Underhill. That would provide some relief. You know, there's sediment and material that's gotten deposited in that canal. So we're going to clean that canal so that the water that's coming into that canal has free flow and can discharge and lower the elevations of the storm water.
At what frequency? You said you're cleaning the canal. What frequency?
Oh, 4 years ago. So it's about every 4 years or so.
But again, what frequency?
Well, I know that I'm not following your question, Commissioner.
So you said cleaning of the canal. You said we cleaned it 4 years ago. So we're going to clean it again. Is it an increased frequency? I'm trying to understand. Oh,
you mean with staging or flooding?
You said you cleaned the canal about approximately 4 years ago, right?
Right.
Okay. You say you're now going to clean the canal again to mitigate some of the flooding concerns, independent of the study. Is a short-term measure, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking at what frequency. So let's say you clean it. Tomorrow. So you clean it. So you clean it tomorrow, and after this storm, it floods again. Is there a frequency? We're just going to clean it and see what happens. Like, I'm trying to understand.
No, there's some sediment that's been built up, and Ed, I don't know if you want to try to.
Am I not being clear in my question?
Yeah, absolutely.
The issue is sediment. It's not that you can't say every 1 year, 2 years about the additional sediment. There's a point where there is a capacity issue, and perhaps we didn't we need to continue to make that connection with the board in terms of the resources we have that are devoted, that are identified for drainage improvement. That's part of what we went through as well, and part of why we had to have that conversation, that if we really want to substantially increase our capacity, the ability to actually accommodate, we are going to have to make some major investments. That's the connection. The measures that we're talking about now, build up a sediment, that happens over years. That doesn't happen after every storm. That happens over years. So perhaps that's why they were struggling at first to try to understand what you meant by that.
Okay.
But we get it. That builds up over time. But the larger issue, and I think what you're getting to and what this board, the gist of it is the larger issue of addressing our capacity, the ability of our systems. We've got to enhance our drainage collection system, and that is the connection we're making in those, especially that last work session, in terms of what type of improvements would actually be necessary and what type of investments is what we're working on this last part in terms of options for funding the substantial enhancements to a drainage system.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Joe. I would just ask that as we have our briefings, if we could be a little bit more informed. I wasn't aware of the study. I asked this question yesterday. The study was not even brought up until today. And so I want to be intentional about having these conversations, you know, where we have time to discuss them and hash them out so we were respectful of everyone else's time. That didn't happen yesterday. I would like that to happen in future briefings. But thank you both for your answers. I appreciate you.
And just to make it clear, I just want to add 2 items that haven't been discussed. One, there is already a project to close the ditch on the south side of Lake Underhill.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Right.
Yes.
It's part of the widening of Lake Underhill Road. Now, the projected time of that project is somewhere between 3 to 6 years to complete all the way to the Econ River. And the reason the canal cannot be cleaned or is not cleaned that frequently is because the side slopes are very steep, Commissioner.
Okay.
And the ditch is about 15 feet deep. So every time we try to clean it, the bank comes with the contractor. And what we're going to do is we're going to be doing some erosion protection, even though we know eventually it's going to be piped. But in order to do some remediation to the flooding along Pinar Drive, then we are actually going to go ahead and clean it.
And
I just want to make sure.
And that will be the short-term measure until
That
we
would
get the
be
results
the
of the
short term,
study.
but we're going to be using erosion control to make sure we don't lose it. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
So I'm just trying to understand, back to, I know we've been looking at this from a macro level, and I support whatever we can do long-term on water remediation. I guess I need a reiteration of what you think this particular project how the impact would be. Is it, because you said initially it wasn't that much impact. Could you explain that in a little more detail, please?
Yeah. You're good? Okay.
Well, you mean the development project, Commissioner?
Yes, that's what we're voting on,
Yeah,
right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think that it's clear now that the study is for the area that's north of this project. That'll be completed in a couple weeks. The study that will include this area is still 6 months, 8 months away. At this point, this project, they've gone through the board meetings, the design work, final construction plans. It was the recording of this easement that they were really in for. And this easement is through, I think it's a utilities property, which gives them the right to basically clean out the canal and open it up. But they've done all their stormwater calcs for this project. We find this project is a small project in the overall basin. So it's not
And Dale,
a large
can you
portion of it.
Dale, I just want to be clear, and the board clearly understands where they are in the process. So you said they've already gotten all their approvals, this was just the ministerial matter of the easement, that understand that Commissioner Poole concerns, but so they understand, and I guess the mayor started with this, the impact on the developer and where they are in this process.
Technically,
so repeat that again.
Technically, they cannot start construction until this easement is recorded, yet alone platting, and they have another number of other hurdles to overcome, but they can't start.
But they've
although
gone through all
finished
the,
plans.
they've been through, so we can recap.
Yes.
Joe may be better, where they've been.
Right. Well, they've been through TRG, DRC, come to the board with a PSP, and gotten all those approved, then final construction plans, and we grilled them because of the stormwater issues. We did. But they're really down to, we cannot approve their final construction plans until this easement is recorded.
So back to when you say they're going to clean out this culvert, is that helpful, hurtful, or how do you see that in the big picture of dealing with the water in this area?
Right. Well, it gives an easement over the main canal, which would give us the right to clean it out if we desire to. Right now, we don't have an easement over that area, and this would give us an easement. We worked with the real estate utilities department to come up with this easement area. I think they had to provide some compensation to the water management district for that because it is through a wetlands area. But it is the main ditch, the main canal, and it would allow us to clean it out actually through the study to help determine what needs to be cleaned out to make sure that flooding is addressed in the future.
And you can't do that today? You can't clean out the canal today?
Today we can't because it goes right through a wetlands area, and that is the main canal, and just through the years as the trees fall in, it's building up and building up and building up, and in this general area the canal's kind of been modified multiple times over the years, and there's really no good study that determines all the elevation where the water's flowing, and the study would help determine that.
So you don't want to do any work till that study is completed because of the complexities of the operation?
Well, no, I'd say it's just the opposite. This gives us the right to clean the canal in the area. Currently, we do not. If the study says that we need to clean out the canal in that area, we have no right to right now.
Right.
And
So how soon, if we vote for this today, how soon could we see some activity and improvement in the canal?
That would be...
If they record the easement?
If they record the easement, when we get the study.
Yeah, you probably it'll be part of the study, Commissioner, for the south portion.
Right.
To analyze, and they'll make a recommendation as to whether or not we need to do anything with the canal.
So you're not going to make any improvements till after that southern study, or if we approve it today, you could do some preliminary work?
If you get the easement, then we can do the work. If you don't record the easement, there is nothing we can do. It's private property.
So if we don't approve it today, we can't begin the work on the canal?
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate the conversation, and I think it's an important one, but I think we should approve this and then keep pushing our staff to work on the macro issues with water. It's important. I know I've got some flooding in my district too right now that's shocking in people, and we're having to deal with that as well. So anything we can do to help our people, I think, is good.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then Commissioner Bonilla, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you. Commissioner Uribe, the north study is completed or no?
No.
The south study is completed or no?
No.
Where start the north study? It start where? From Lake Underhill up or what?
It's below.
And the south one?
South one. Guys,
Okay, can you explain, Joe?
That
because
map again.
The plan that you took?
Can you put it there? Mr. Conco, I know there's 3 projects going on in Lake Underhill, which is just, in top of the north side of Rio Pinar. And they have, there's like, one after another. Is that something that can be causing also this whole thing? Because I have talked, well, it's not my district, but I know a lot of people, right, that live in Rio Pinar that goes to my church. You don't think, well, maybe the study will say it, but you don't think that maybe that area need a little bit more ponds or something so that, water, because they have a creek.
For Rio Pinar, yeah.
Commissioner, there's a creek that goes right there in the middle of Rio Pinar.
Right. Yeah. Right. You want to take that one?
There's other issues with that.
Exactly.
Let me show you, Commissioner.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, number one, you were asking where the drainage divide is. The yellow goes to the north. The white below the yellow is what goes to the south and is now being included as phase 2 of the master plan. Anything south, which is basically, if you look at the lakes, is the golf course, is the Rio Pinar golf course. So from the divide right here, everything flows south, and this is where the oasis is, right here. Can you see it?
Yeah, you're going to see it.
This is the oasis right here.
Okay.
Pointing with the pen. Everything north of that
Okay.
flows here. Everything in yellow flows north. Now, you asked about potential retention ponds. If you look at the study to the North Rio Pinar, let's call it that way, the report will be done in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
It will be completed.
Okay.
Now, the number one recommendation is where you see this lake in blue, which is almost by Lake Underhill, is to look at the entire parcel south of this and make that into a regional retention pond. So we drain everything to that, and then we'll set up a control structure and try to control the flow going back into Lake Underhill.
So then the projects that are being, happening right now, like there are like 3 or 4, in Lake Underhill, exactly in that same section that you have there. So that water flow up, north.
Correct. It goes north to Lake Underhill, and then it goes east to the Econ-Olohachi Trail, and then to the Econ, to the Little Econ, I should say. So it goes to Underhill, then east, and then north.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, okay. So, this is my thoughts here, and, these are my thoughts here. I have just a couple more meetings left. It's been 8 years. We've known that the rate and the volume of the flow of water has been, just the way the formula is, hasn't been working for all this time. We've had those stormwater meetings and workshops, right, on this study recently, which, how long has that been, that span of just that, like a couple of years?
The most recent update was April, May this year, and then the initial presentation, I think, was May in 23.
Okay. So I love the plan that was just explained, that we're going to have this whole retention. That's what we need. We need retention areas for water that we haven't, because again, that rate and volume formula just hasn't been working. So we need these retention ponds to be able to hold this water before it flows into our rivers, right? That, like I said, backs up and floods everybody. Now, my question is, if we know that this formula has been the issue, to me, it seems very simple to just change the formula so that developments could make large enough retention ponds or stormwater ponds so that the flows aren't coming out so fast and flooding people. Why has it taken 8 years just to change a formula that could solve a lot of problems? Do you say what? I just don't. I've been very patient for 8 years, and I just don't understand why it takes so long just to change a simple formula that we all know has been the problem that could really help the situation.
Well, a year ago, May 2023.
But why did it even take, 8 years ago that I've been here, we've known, even before I got here, it's been known that was an issue. Why did it take until 2023 to start actually looking at it and doing a study? And why does it even take a year to just change a formula?
Well, where we are at is, we're, for whatever reason, we're consistent with a lot of neighboring entities and agencies, as well as the Water Management District. So those are the formulas that we were working with and utilizing are the ones that are the industry standard. So that's been the industry standard for a long time. And then what we're doing now is looking at what's the proper way for us to move forward in looking at either modifications to the storm, when I say the storm, the amount of rain that happens in a 10-year or a 25-year, or the storage requirements, and then also the, looking at the discharge rates that are, part of the current standard. So those are all the things that were being evaluated.
So because it's just a standard, so kind of like if everyone jumps off the bridge, are you going to jump off the bridge with them kind of thought process, so we've just
scientific standard, I should say. That is, I mean, engineering scientific, that has been the standard. Now, there have been evolving considerations in terms of considering the rate and volume, but this has been widely accepted throughout the industry as an approach. This board has clearly identified other considerations, and that's what we're working. It has implications. It has implications, obviously, on those that are developing. It has implications on our projects as well, and we need to make excuse me, that we get it right in terms of what would be involved in making those changes. Those aren't just numbers you pull out of the air. There has to be a direct correlation between whatever changes that would be made. So that's the process. That's the study. But I didn't want to say it's not like a just standard out of nowhere. It is widely held.
mean that was a standard out of nowhere. Just that, there's industry standards, but then we can go above and beyond that to do better than the industry standards. And I don't know if, because, I haven't researched it, see if there's other formulas being used someplace else. But I guess what I'm getting at is why did it take so long just to even start studying it and looking at it when the issue has been there even before I got here?
Well, I wasn't, I know that when we had, Hurricane Ian, Mayor directed us to do an overall analysis of where we are with all of our criteria analysis and
yeah, but
calculations.
We did that for Hurricane Irma. I mean, back when Hurricane Irma happened, I was pushing for a wide study, and I think you were even working here at that time, and you had told me, oh yeah, we're doing a study, it's going to take 2 years. 2 years passed, we still didn't have the results of the study. Then Hurricane Ian happened, and it's like, yeah, we're going to start a study. It's going to take 2 years. And I've just always been wondering what happened to the other study that was supposed to happen after Hurricane Irma.
Okay, I'm trying to recall, Commissioner, but I think the Hurricane Irma analysis was focused mainly on the West Side Manor and the Orla Vista area.
So we were doing a wide basin study, and I mean, I have notes that I could, dig
so then
up.
You just said a very key word. Yes, there are basin-wide studies that our stormwater management group is doing, and those are across the county, and the county is big. So they've identified, all the basins, and they're working on, the individual master basins over the course of time, and those are occurring, and some of those updates have been done. And I know that they're still working on the rest of the basins across the county. So the master basin studies have been going on since about 2015.
Okay. But they were supposed to be completed in 2-3 years?
It may have been each basin study is about a 2-year analysis, okay. But not all of the numerous numbers of basins that we have. They weren't all going to be done in 2 years. There are 2 years for each of the master basin studies. So we had them scheduled and staggered. And that was one of the things that came up with our last presentation, is that we were advancing some of those studies to get them done a couple of years sooner, because we were doing Econ and Little Econ. So then those were ongoing, and some of the other basin studies were scheduled to start later, and we're bringing them in and doing them quicker.
Okay, so these flood studies didn't really start until Hurricane Irma.
Well, there was master basins analyses that were done about 20 years ago, and those were the information that we had. And then as time progressed, Public Works initiated updating those studies, and these are large documents and large undertakings. Mm-hmm. So that's when they started again in 2010s, 2015, somewhere around there.
Okay. I know I'm told like the county does studies, but what are you doing with these studies? Like, what is the outcome? What are the results?
Well, it shows what the water elevations will be for the various storms in the major canals and systems, and then as we input the storms or modified, if we modify our storm and put a heavier storm in there, then we can see where areas of concern and flooding may occur. So that we can start a capital program to start to fix those things that are being revealed through the master drainage study. And then that master drainage study is something that's utilized by the development community for them to be able to do their calculations when they do, their smaller projects and how they tie into the major system.
Okay, but that hasn't really started until like the last couple of years,
Okay,
which I know.
we have got to move on. We got the executive
great
session and some other
conversations,
things.
though.
Okay, so let's try to move on. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Uribe. What would you like to do with this consent item?
Thank you. First of all, I want to make it clear, the Lake Underhill area that's in the study is not being improved, okay? When I was elected in 2018, at the time it was Ajit, and Ajit told me with all candidness, I'll never see that while I'm in office. And there is no plan, there is no money. It is a design project that's been shelved forever and ever and ever, which is the Lake Underhill widening and all of that. Secondly, for us to sit here and not think that there is an implication at all this infill development that we are seeing that we didn't even see in 2018, I wish I would have told my neighbors in that area to come today, because you would have heard a totally different story. You would have heard of residents who, when it rains, just rains, no storm gets flooded. You would have heard from residents on Curry Ford who've never had flooding, who own acreage out there, who now have flooding. And now suddenly this is going to improve everything. And I want to go back to a moment, because when we had that community meeting, the canal drainage that we're doing along Lake Underhill was a something that we gave to that community, because when we started that meeting, that was not even the final recourse. Final recourse is we're going to study this forever. Water's going to come. If there's a hurricane, yes, you all are going to get 4 feet of flooding again, and we don't have a solution right now. The canal that runs along the back end of Rio Pinar is unleveled, it's eroding, and there are a lot more issues where this community is terrorized about the next rainfall. So to sit here and us not to say that there is not a connectivity of water that flows under us, we're not being truthful to ourselves. And the reality that we're going to see some serious result, benefit from this is not going to happen, because even the canal that we are looking at dredging for Rio Pinar was an aftermath. It was we're going to do this. It should have been done. It should have been done. It should have taken a community meeting of everyone so desperate to get it done, but those are just Band-Aids. Secondly, if you look at the map on the north end of Lake Underhill, there's more development, houses that went in, 57 if I'm not mistaken. All of this continues to have an implication, and all of this continues. And at what point are we going to come back and say, okay, we got flooding in this area now, we don't have a solution, and why do we keep moving forward? We don't have the responsibility, and we're going to say, well, this project, and staff went and told you all that there's no implication.
In all due respect, Commissioner, let's try to move
Well,
the
I'm trying
item.
to give my
Okay.
reasoning for why I do not support, just like the staff came to all of you all and said, oh, it's not going to make an impact, look at it. Yes, all of this makes an impact. Everything that we continue to do and develop does make an impact. And I ask you to not continue to have that area, that community that has no real solution coming up, has no real solution. It's being studied and studied and studied, to not allow more impact to happen. Let us do the right thing on this. So with that, I still request that we do not move this forward. I'm not saying that this is a turn it down. It's like we deserve to give these people the information that they have been waiting for years, and to alleviate some sort of ability for the future.
And if we do not approve it today, what is your motion in terms of bringing it back? When?
My motion would be to bring it back when we have the study and we have the reality of what this community is going to really face,
You're talking about both studies?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in
6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months.
Now it's 8 months?
Well,
it was less when you first spoke. You said 4 to 6. Now it's 6 to 8. That's double.
4 to 6 weeks for the north, but the south side, it all depends on what the outcome is. It could be somewhere between 4 to 8 months. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. 2 years.
Okay. So what's the motion?
The motion is to delay this until we have the studies for that community.
Second, Bonilla.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and Motion is 6-1. All right, we'll move forward. We do have the executive session coming up that we'll be going into shortly, but we do have one more item. We have a work session item, but in spite of all of the conversation that we just had on the consent agenda, there once again was some good news. We continue to purchase environmentally sensitive land here within Orange County. 361.53 acres of preservation land was approved with the consent item. In addition, we continue to purchase acres for the future. That is pursuant to the $100 million plan that we have to purchase environmentally sensitive lands. We have preserved 1,760 acres since the board approved the $100 million. Also, with that action, we approved declaring the property located at 438 West Cayley Street as surplus, offering it up for public sale. You may have seen in the news this property was purchased by the One Pulse Foundation in 2019 as the proposed site for their museum. But because the property was purchased with money from the Tourist Development Tax Fund, the One Pulse Foundation was not able to execute on the building of the museum, and therefore this property came back to the county. And so once we sell the property, the funds could then be used for other qualifying projects within the future. Also, our Citizens Commission for Children had over 70 contracts coming before the board today. Most notably, it included the expansion and renovations of the Neighborhood Center for Families in Bithlo. More than $40 million will be invested towards all 13 of the neighborhood centers for families over the next 3 years. That's a substantial investment that we're making throughout the county within our neighborhood centers. And also the Citizens Commission for Children is renewing its contract with the Boys and Girls Club and YMCA to host our more than 30 after-school zone programs countywide. So it is a countywide benefit. And so with that, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda at this time.
Yes. I had pushed earlier. I just wanted to highlight one item. Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank Public Works for C1, which is the selection of VHB to provide a study for the Northwest Orange County transportation area that's going to make a big difference in District 2. And I just wanted to highlight that as a really big accomplishment. Thank you.
All right, very good. Commissioner Wilson, did you have something?
Same, just a thank you to EPD for moving forward the conservation land there. That's a Butler Chain of Lakes parcel, which is a really big deal for so many people, I think, all over the region. It's a treasure. So thank you for your work on that.
All right, with that, we're going to move to the work session agenda. Mrs. Glenn Kramer from our Fiscal and Operations Support Division will be providing an update on the water and wastewater capital charges. No action is being requested today. It's simply for information. With that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to present a presentation on our update to the water and wastewater capital charges. In the presentation, I'll go over the background of capital charges, give you some details on our 2023 update. We'll look at a survey of other utilities and their capital charges, and then we'll talk about a couple of discounts on the capital charges, including the reclaimed water and also for affordable housing. And then finally, we'll conclude with the next steps. So first, I'll go over the background. So capital charges are paid by new development for the infrastructure that is created and built to serve the growth. We've been directed by a prior board to review these capital charges every year and to bring that new calculation to you for review. But overall, the capital charges are the mechanism for which the growth can pay its own way. We use the revenue from capital charges only for growth-related projects. We cannot set the capital charges greater than full cost recovery, but the board, if it chooses, can reduce the amount. The current capital charges were implemented in 2019. It was a 7.8% increase over the prior capital charges, and it was set at full cost recovery. The water capital charge is $1,970 per equivalent residential connection, or ERC, and the wastewater capital charge is $3,570 per equivalent residential unit, or ERU. And there is also a 10% discount on capital charges that is given to developers for the installation of reclaimed water systems in single-family home subdivisions. Now to give you an update on the 2023 calculation. The capital charges are calculated as dollars per unit of capacity. So the basic equation, in the numerator we have the value of the system, and then in the denominator of this equation we have the capacity of the system. So the first step is to look at the value of our existing system, and then also look at what the future infrastructure that we're going to be building in our CIP program. We recognize both groundwater and alternative water sources as a source of supply. The standard 5-year CIP planning horizon is used for all of the groundwater projects and also for all the wastewater projects. But then for we use a 10-year planning horizon for alternative water projects, and that's because these are expensive projects with very long lead times. And the growth that we are experiencing now is driving the need for those projects, so it makes sense to try to incorporate the projects into the calculation of the capital charges, thus being able to have the growth that's occurring now help pay for those projects, which will be needed in the future. So in the evaluation of the costs, we bring everything to the present value, and then we add a couple of adjustments to it to make the calculations a bit more conservative. The first is that we apply a credit for the debt-funded projects, and we apply that into the calculation so that there's not a double recovery for these expansion projects from both capital charge revenue, but then also for user fees that go into paying the debt service for that debt funding. The second reduction is just an across-the-board 5% reduction as an allowance for estimates and contingencies. And as I said, both of these adjustments make the capital charges more conservative and more defensible. So now we talked about the top side of the equation, with the numerator being the value of all of the system infrastructure. We now look at the capacity of the system. And so the capacity is expressed as ERCs for water and ERUs for wastewater. And in evaluating the capacity, we look at what is the capacity of all of our water treatment plants, our wastewater treatment plants, transmission lines, and pump stations. And so we've also used the updated levels of service that were just adopted. So the results of this value over capacity calculation comes out to be $2,790 per ERC for water and $5,270 per ERU for wastewater. So to put that into perspective, this is a chart of our capital charges over the past 18 years since they were raised back in 2006. And at that time, it was raised to $1,950 for water, which you see in the blue portions of the columns, and $3,668, which is in the wastewater, the orange portions of the column, and it totaled up to $5,618. So for our next update in 2013, it actually was reduced down to $5,137, and that's because we also looked at the level of service back in 2013 for that update in combination with updating the capital charges. So whereas the normal inflationary factors would have increased the capital charges from 2006 to 2013, the fact that we updated our level of service at that time caused the downward pressure, and we ended up with the resulting lower capital charges in 2013. Then in 2019, when we did the next evaluation, as I mentioned before, they were increased by 7.8% to $5,540, and those are our current capital charges. And now we're looking at an increase up to $8,060 for the combined capital charges. So, as I mentioned, we have used the updated level of services for both water and wastewater that the board approved last month. And the change in the level of service, which was a reduction, actually mitigated the increase in the capital charge calculation. So more specifically, the water level of service was reduced from 275 gallons per day to 225 gallons per day, and wastewater was reduced from 225 gallons per day down to 200 gallons per day. And this is just a demonstration of the positive effect that all the water conservation efforts that have been made over the years have gained to where new houses coming on are using less and less water. So that's a success story there. And the other part of the success is that that lower level of service has a depressing impact on our capital charge, so that it is $1,280 or 13.7% less than what we otherwise would have been presenting. That is, if we had not changed the level of service, we wouldn't be looking at $80,060. We'd be looking at $99,340. So that is a significant increase, and we wanted to understand what was driving this increase. And it came down to three key factors in the calculation. And those were the water supply facility factor, expressed as dollars per gallon, the wastewater treatment facility factor, expressed as dollars per gallon also, and then the pipeline costs, which are expressed as dollars per foot per inch pipe diameter. So back in 2019, when the last evaluation was done, the engineering estimates and the analysis at the time came up with the factors that are listed on the chart, and we did the same process in 2023. This time we're looking at the updated costs, the projects that we're about to be doing, and also using actual bids for projects that are about to be engaged. So we have a lot of good hard data that justifies the 2023 costs, but it does show large increases of 94%, 35%, and for pipelines, 156% increase in the cost over that time period. So looking a little deeper to find out why all these costs are going up, we researched some indexes for the construction industry, specifically for the construction components for water and wastewater infrastructure. So you can see them here with concrete, cement, ductile iron, brass. And also on that fourth line, we have a general non-residential construction index that we looked at as well. So the second column shows the index values of when the prior study was being conducted, and then we compare those to the index values for while this current study is being conducted. And so over that 4 to 5 year time frame, we've seen percent changes in all of these key factors into water and wastewater infrastructure development rise from 30% for concrete and cement all the way up to well over 100% for PVC, water pipe, and fuel. And at the bottom of the chart, we have listed our proposed capital charges, the current and the proposed amount, and show that that's a 45% increase, which compares well to the non-residential construction increase that has happened over the same time. Whereas we're looking at a 45% increase, that index has increased 49%. So it is a significant increase, but it's not out of line with what's going on in the greater economy that we're dealing with. So we also did an incremental analysis for the capital charges to see how these key drivers of the cost actually increase the charges. So in the top table, we see for the water capital charges what the capital charge would have calculated to be if we adjusted for all of the normal factors, including the reduction from the level of service, but we kept that water supply facility factor and the pipeline factor held constant at 2019 levels. So changing everything but those two factors, we would have come up with a water capital charge of $1,400. Then when we update the water supply facility factor only, that adds an incremental amount of $360 to this water capital charge. Then when we get to that big jump with the updated pipeline factor, that increase added $1,030 to the water capital charge to get to the final amount of $2,790. Likewise, with the wastewater capital charges, we looked at what that number would be if we updated everything, including the level of service reduction, but held the two key drivers of the increases constant at their 2019 values. So at that level, we would have had a capital charge for wastewater for $3,410. Increasing the facility factor for the wastewater treatment facilities, That incremental increase is $820 added on, and then increasing the pipeline factor, which again was a 156% increase in the cost, adds another $1,040 to get to the final number of $5,270 for our proposed wastewater capital charge. So there is an important reason to update these capital charges in addition just to help growth pay its own way. And that is they are necessary for the financial health of the water and wastewater system. We went through and we projected what the capital charge revenues would be over the next 5 years through fiscal year 2029 at the current levels of development that we're seeing now. And that amount comes out to be $258 million of projected collections for capital charges, again, using the updated capital charge. Now, if we look at what our projected CIP expenditures are over the same time period, and only looking at the expansion projects that would be funded by capital charges, we found that we're looking at about $286 million of expenditures over the next 5 years. That is a $28 million shortfall from what the revenue of these updated capital charges are expected to bring at. If we do not change the capital charges and leave them where they're at, then there would be a $109 million shortfall for the funding of these expansion projects over the next 5 years. Now, there are other options to funding the expansion projects. One of them would be to not raise the capital charges, but to borrow the funds or raise them through system rates. If we were to not borrow and just go for a rate increase so that we could afford all of the expansion projects and properly fund them, we would need a 6.6 additional rate increase for all water, all wastewater, all reclaimed water rates across the board, on top of the normal rate increases that are in the 5-year projection. That would be what it takes to afford the, or make up for the downfall of the $109 million. Now, if we were to borrow the $109 million to fund that, then we would still need a 2.3% additional rate increase in order to afford the debt service that then goes to paying back that $109 million bond issue. So overall, raising the capital charges is an important aspect for the financial health of the water and wastewater system. So when we're looking at new capital charges, we also want to see how they fit into comparison with our comparator utilities. This is a graph of the comparator counties that we often list, and we've also included 2 authorities for their utilities that act similarly to counties and operate in the same way. As you can see that our current capital charges, we are in the middle of the pack, but with the proposed increase to $8,060, this would be putting us at the top. Now, along with us, there are other utilities that are looking at their capital charges in order to try to make sure that growth is paying its own way. We know for a fact that Polk County has announced that they will be raising their capital charges in January of 2025 to a little over $8,000. And then they will be raising them again in October of the same year to over $9,200. We have heard informally of another utility on the list that is looking at their capital charges, and they're expecting their new calculated amount to come out in the $10,000 range for combined water and wastewater capital charges. So in a little over a year from now, if the board approves the proposed capital charges, then we would most likely be no higher than 3rd on this list. We also like to look at how we compare with the local municipalities. And again, the municipalities that are experiencing a lot of growth tend to be more active like we are as far as reviewing the capital charges and trying to make sure that they are updating them from time to time. In this list, we're already a little bit closer to the top, but raising our capital charges to the proposed level will only jump over one city to make us 3rd from the highest. So it's one last way to look at the comparators. This is a listing of all of the top 10 utilities with the top 10 capital charges combined, both water and wastewater. The first column lists the utility, and then the second column lists the rate when these were established. And interestingly enough, all of the top capital charges have been established since we last increased our capital charges in February of 2019. The next column shows the current rate of the capital charges, and then the next column is the prior rate of each utility's capital charges. And then the last two columns show the dollar increase and the percent increase, and these are sorted by highest to lowest according to the dollar increase. At the very bottom, we list our capital charges for comparison's sake. In the current rate column, I'm listing the proposed capital charge of $8,060, and in the prior rate column, we're listing the current capital charge. So that's a bit confusing, but after things are, if this is to be adopted, that's how we would look and compare with the same reference point as the other utilities. And again, we're looking for a $2,520 increase or 45% increase in the combined capital charges. That's not out of line with a lot of the other increases that have been seen in this Central Florida area. Next, I'd like to talk about the discount that's given on capital charges for reclaimed water infrastructure. So back in the mid-1990s, the board decided that they wanted to promote the use of reclaimed water. Back then, reclaimed water was viewed as a disposal issue. It was simply a byproduct from the wastewater treatment process, and every utility had to figure out what to do with their reclaimed water. So to help that along, the board passed an ordinance saying that any new developments, single-family home residential developments that were within a certain distance of our reclaimed water infrastructure had to connect to our system and supply reclaimed water to these neighborhoods in order to promote the use of it. In order to have a cost offset for that reclaimed water infrastructure that the developers were bearing the cost of installing, the county offered a 10% discount on both water and wastewater capital charges for when this is done. Since 2017, this has been helpful to the developers, definitely. It's costed $7.5 million in discounts to the county for all of the capital charges that have been given since that time. Now, however, we have a different view of reclaimed water. It's not just a disposal issue, and it's more commonly looked at as a resource and something that's in demand. In fact, we have other cities that approach the county to buy our reclaimed water from us wholesale so they can provide it to their customers on a retail basis. The fact that it's required to be put into developments means that it is actually an asset for the developer as something that can be used to attract customers. It can also be viewed as an expectation for when customers are looking at new development homes. They would want to have reclaimed water and expect it to be there because it lowers their overall utility costs. So lastly, we also started looking around to see who else offers this discount, and we found it is not only not common, but we checked with our rate consultant, Stantec Consulting, and they do business with utilities throughout Florida and a number of other states, and they did not know of a single other utility that offered this discount. So basically, we have this discount as a unicorn in the Orange County Code, and we propose that we remove it whenever we adjust for the capital charges. It's a relic from 30 years ago to promote the use of reclaimed water, and that simply is not needed anymore. There's also an intersection between affordable housing discounts and the capital charges. That we understand that housing costs, especially recently, have become a great concern in the community, and we know it's a concern to this board. So we did wanted to go over the discounts that are offered for affordable housing on the capital charges. Chapter 37 of the Orange County Code authorizes these discounts for single-family, multifamily, and mobile home residential units. It does state that it has to receive a certificate of affordability, which would come from the Housing and Community Development Division. And there are specific guidelines, Administrative Regulation 4.08 for the eligibility. And that regulation is the threshold criteria for affordable housing, single and multifamily developments. As I mentioned, it provides all the guidelines to be eligible for these discounts. And once that would be granted, then the discount would either be a 62% discount for single and multifamily housing units that are to be sold, or a 25% discount for multifamily housing units that are to be rented. So since fiscal year 2017, we've given out $1.3 million of these discounts to 1,687 housing units, and they were all at the 25% discount level. So if we applied these discounts to the proposed capital charges, at 62%, we would get $1,060.20 for water and $2,002.60 for wastewater. At the 25% level, it would be $2,092.50 for water and $3,952.50 for wastewater. So finally, the next steps for the process. We recommend that we proceed to update the capital charges. This process involves meeting with the Development Advisory Board so we can go over this presentation and the calculations in the study with them. After meeting with the Development Advisory Board, we would conduct the first of two required public hearings. The first would be with the local planning agency, which for us is our Planning and Zoning Commission. They would be reviewing an ordinance that would be proposed for changing the capital charges, and then they would be reviewing it for concurrency, consistency. The last step would be coming back to this board to conduct the second of the two required public hearings, and then that would be for the board to consider adopting the updated ordinance that has the capital charges as proposed today. So that concludes my presentation. Our rate consultant, Stantec Consulting, is here with us, specifically Eric Grau, and I am also available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by just thanking the entire department. I always feel like I get the most thorough amount of information. You had to meet with staff because I was out of the office, and I still feel like I was so well informed and was able to kind of navigate what this meant. Just to kind of hit my little bullet points, I want to say we shouldn't ever consider skimping on our water supply or our wastewater treatment. And you think about the areas, municipal decisions that were made in Flint, Michigan, or others that were hindsight, and you think, I'm so grateful for the work you all do looking down into the future and making sure that we have these things addressed right now before we're in crisis mode. The second thing I want to say is that as far as the debt that potentially we could end up in order to offset getting to where we need to go, I wouldn't be in favor of that. I think we do need to go ahead and get ourselves updated, especially since with that total amount, it ends up being in a comparative class of other jurisdictions. I know Polk County is growing very fast. So to see that we, even though we don't think of ourselves as being sister counties as far as the rate of growth and potential infrastructure needed, I think it's a good comparison to make. And then the last one is, I don't know if I said this already, but to get rid of the discount, I agree. I believe that we do know it's an asset to have that reclaimed water. Everyone gets to do a little extra fertilizing if they get the reclaimed water. And so making sure that we claw back some of those things that we were giving away back when we needed to give them away is a really good way to move forward. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to clarify one thing, and I know it's in our briefing sheet, that when we're talking about capital charges, we're talking about new development. This is not going to be on the average person's bill, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. It's only the new development that pays capital charges for what is about to be built. It does not affect the current customers.
Right, and so I'm aware of another city who recently did a study, and they were seeing very similar increases to what your study providing. We just thank you for your diligence, the whole department's diligence to make sure that we have water. And I think most of us who have lived through storms realize, we can survive no electricity, but we cannot survive no water and quality water in a house. So thank you for staying on top of this. Deferred maintenance is what happens in many other jurisdictions, and I appreciate that that's not an option for Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. More to follow.
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, As the Board of County Commissioners, we will adjourn this portion of the public meeting and convene in closed session relating to ongoing labor negotiations. State law provides for such a closed meeting when collective bargaining is underway, and a discussion between the board, county administration, and our legal staff and the county's bargaining representatives is appropriate. The closed session is authorized by Section 447.605 of the Florida statutes and will begin now. So we will reconvene as the regular Board of County Commission meeting at 2 p.m. And so, Commissioners, we have about 10 minutes, and then we'll need to get started in order to get everything that needs to be done during this recess. All right, thank you all very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 24th, 2024. We are now during the afternoon session. We're going to begin with our Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations, and Ms. Brandy Driggers is going to be framing this item. And with that, Ms. Driggers, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On September 5th, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 22 cases. 19 of those cases were recommended for approval. 2 of the cases were continued. 1 case was denied, and that was SE 2408065, Robin Zingenfuss for Rex Groves RV Park. An appeal has been submitted for this case. We have also received an appeal for VA 24-10-095, Caitlin O'Neill. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, September 20th, and these were the only 2 appeals that were received. It is also my understanding that Commissioner Moore would like to pull case number SE 2408070, Joseph Kovas for Nocia for a board called public hearing. Therefore, except for the cases that I mentioned, SE 2408065 and VA 2410095 that have been appealed, and SE 2408070, which has been board called, that will be scheduled for public hearings, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
Motion for approval, Scott.
All right. We do have a motion from Commissioner Scott for approval of the BZA items with the exception of those that have been pulled. The seconder on the motion is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Driggers. We're going to move forward now to the next item on our agenda. This is under item A1, and this is a petition to vacate. We'll open the public hearing on this item. We'll call on our Deputy Director of Public Works, Ms. Susan Usack, to frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV 23-10-039 by Dennis Dindich. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a portion of a 30-foot wide drainage in his residential property within the Lake Down Hollow subdivision, containing approximately 1.01 acres. The property lies south of Park Ridge Gotha Road and east of McGuire Road. The petitioner wishes to vacate to clear title to the land for future development. The real estate management, environmental protection, and roads and drainage divisions have no objection to the request. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County. However, it must be subject to the recordation of a drainage easement along the west property line prior to the recordation of this vacation. Staff has no objection to this request, and a requested action is approval of PTV 23-10-039. This parcel is located in District 1, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant on this item present or a representative of the applicant? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon. Dustin Culver Engineering, 2064 Farnham Drive, Ocoee, Florida 34761. Civil engineer on the project on getting this put together for the vacation. We have the proposed drainage easement ready to go, and it's also reviewed. Here to answer any questions.
All right. Stand by for a moment if you don't mind. Do we have any members of the public present, Mr. Thalmuller, who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker card, Dr. Naveen Manjran. I apologize if that wasn't close.
Thank you, officers here. Just on this petition, I just wanted to make sure that we do the due diligence here because it's a property very close to the water, and there is a swamp which this drainage easement sort of connects the swamp to the lake, the lake down, which then we have the neighbor right here. So with all the rain and the hurricane, etc., we want to make sure that we do our due diligence, that there's no flooding or, this easement has been there for many years. Taking it out. There was a petition number PTV 1506, petition PTV 1506017, that was put in before and it was rejected. And this is a new petition that has been put in, so I was just concerned that there's due diligence done here before any decisions are made. Yeah, thank you.
If you don't mind, if you can give us your name and your address just for the record.
Yes, my name is Dr. Naveen Manjuran. My address is 2046 Down Hollow Lane, Windermere, Florida 34786.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll give the applicant the opportunity to respond to any of the concerns by Dr. Mandarin.
Yes, as part of the application for the PTV, an alternate drainage easement was provided. The existing drainage easement over time appeared to be basically flowing uphill. It wasn't being used as it was originally intended. It actually resides on one of the highest parts of the property. Whether it be over time or not constructed properly many years ago, the natural lay of the land flows where we are proposing the easement to go. So it's very little realignment. It is mainly just following what's out there today.
All right. Thank you, sir. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this conversation. I'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
Hi, yes, thank you, and I appreciate you being here to answer the questions because I had the same question that the resident had. And if we could go actually back to the aerial view that has the highlight mark for where the vacation is, if either staff or the applicant can let us know where, from my understanding, from my briefing, there would be a different conveyance for drainage easement and where that would be. I think everybody that lives in District 1 knows that the water levels have not really receded that much since even Ian. So the ramps right now are underwater and everyone's very challenged. So the idea of closing up any potential drainage feature feels very risky. So just hearing about what the plans are to provide drainage in that area.
Yes, that's what I was saying, is that today the easement isn't functioning. The natural flow of the water is going outside of the easement. So we're basically just vacating the spot that is up on top of the hill and putting it where it should properly be.
Okay, and where is that?
I have.
Or if
it's on the west side. So if you look, the yellow highlight is on the east side of the property.
Okay.
They're required to record an easement on the west side before the vacation of this easement to ensure that it's in place.
Okay, and let's see, I don't know if my resident was back out here. I'm hoping that he got to hear that because that to me makes the most sense, hearing that that will literally be part of the final agreement. Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'll make a motion for approval.
We have a motion, and the second is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to move to the next item on the agenda, and this is item B2, plan development. I'm going to, at this time, ask Mr. Thalmuller, as we open the public hearing. Mr. Thalmuller is filling in for the Public Works Director who could not be here this afternoon. And so with that, we ask him to frame this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Item B2 is the proposed GOLF, that's Golf PD. Subject property is located on the north side of Oak Ridge Road, west of South Orange Avenue. Request is to rezone the subject property from I-1-I-5 Industrial District to PD Plan Development District for a proposed development program that will allow up to 44,518 square feet of commercial uses specifically for the purpose of developing a K-12 private school. There is also one waiver to request or to reduce the minimum side yard building setback along the east and west sides of the property to 7 feet in lieu of the required 25 feet abutting adjacent commercial or industrial uses. Property is designated planned development commercial on the future land use map. Property went through a future land use amendment many years ago for the PDC future land use designation, which allows also up to 44,518 square feet of commercial uses. As mentioned, site is currently zoned I-1, I-5. There we go. And the request is to rezone the property to, dramatic pause, PD, Planned Development District. Here we have the aerial on the next slide showing the area primarily developed with industrial, commercial uses, and along with single-family subdivisions to the northwest there. Properties to the north, as mentioned, are also zoned industrial. The industrial, if we can go back to the aerial real fast, there is a industrial warehouse property in the north that does access through this property and will continue to. So here we go. Here we have the PD land use plan showing the project area, development entitlements, and standards. And on the next slide, the DRC, when they considered this request, added condition of approval number 16. And this requires a cross-access easement memorializing the access from that northern industrial property through this property down Oak Ridge. After the DRC meeting, the applicant team has continued to coordinate with county staff, and there are some minor proposed revisions, just allowing some flexibility in the timing of recording that cross-access easement. So we can see the proposed language revision to number 16 here. And with that, the recommended actions make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the golf plan development subject to the conditions listed under the P&Z recommendation in the staff report with revised condition 16 as presented. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This is in District 3, and staff are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? Looks like it's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and fellow commissioners. My name is Dustin Brinkman. I'm with KPM Franklin. Civil engineer representing the client on the project. Just want to give a brief synopsis on the project and kind of where we've been to get to this point now and requesting your approval. So, as Nick had previously mentioned, the existing site zoning is industrial, which could actually accommodate the development of the school as it currently exists. However, the future land use is conflicts with that industrial zoning. So here we are with a proposed land use plan to make the zoning consistent with the future land use. And throughout this time, that entailed P&Z approval, and Ms. Uribe dictated 2 separate community meetings, which we went through, had a few, I think we had the first community meeting, we had roughly 6 to 8 members of the public that voiced their opinion, standard concerns that we work diligently with staff. We appreciate staff's effort throughout this entire process and alleviating some of these issues, coming up with conceptual site plans to adequately address these. And then we had following P&Z approval, we had a second community meeting, and I think maybe 2 residents attended that meeting to voice their opinion on the project. And I think we've done everything and to adequately address staff's concern. And we're in agreement to the recommendation of approval, and myself and the development team are here to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'll just stand by while we open it up for the public comment. Do we have any members of the public, Mr. Thal Mueller, who are present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 speaker cards this afternoon.
Okay.
Our first speaker is going to be Kane Morris Webster.
Okay, and as the speakers are coming forward, remember to give us your name and your address just for the record.
Following the speaker, the next 2 speakers are going to be Keith Waters and Bob LeBlanc.
I think those were filled out in error, thinking that those are members of our development team. I think they thought just in case they needed to speak, they filled out the cards.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public other than members of the development team who wish to be heard? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Bob LeBlanc. I live at 7 Broadway Court, downtown Orlando, 32803. That property's been in the family for over 60 years. All the LLC members are either approaching or past retirement age, and we've decided to move the property forward. We're grateful that you have considered the applicant and what they're doing. We think it's good for the property. We've been good employees, good stewards of the property. My wife ran the business for over 25 years after her father died. He started the business there in 1957. So we're happy to have it move on, and we're very thankful that you're considering the application. If anyone has any questions of me.
All right. Well, stand by for a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No speaker cards, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Uribe, for a potential motion.
No, not yet. So I do have a couple issues because we had a community meeting and there was supposed to be a follow-up meeting with my office that never happened. I did reach out yesterday and my staff reached out to try to get a couple conditions that were discussed in the meeting that have not been put in. And it's a little bothersome because they were pretty pertinent issues in the first meeting and the second meeting. First of all, let me make it clear, this is not about what's coming. I think this will be a nice addition to the community. The issues are this. We needed to guarantee that there was a fence along the railroad track because that is a very dangerous area. You've got heavy industrial on the other side of the railroad track. This used to be an industrial, and you can't let children have anywhere near or having people access that. That was one condition. Second condition is that I had specifically asked, I wanted some good, mature landscaping along Oak Ridge Road because it is an area that needs help. And thirdly, this was an issue that had come up at the first meeting and the second meeting. There is a charter school 1 block east of the location. And I know that staff is working through the traffic intersection with the street lining up, but we had talked about staggered times. We have a school that is going to have next year 2,500 students going to school at the same time as this, with Sunrail, with blocking traffic. We already have a traffic congestion issue, and I had specifically said for us to look at staggered times to work through this because the community is already feeling the traffic, and I'm a little disappointed. I don't want to continue this, but I'm disappointed that nothing was done to follow up to get us to where we needed to be today. So I wanted to maybe ask legal, maybe ask staff. 2 of them seem pretty easy. The fence along the railroad track and the heavy landscaping, mature landscaping along Oak Ridge Road. But I'm really concerned, and I want to commend staff for working through the alignment of the road so that we have good entry and good exit. But what we have not been able to discuss is the staggering. Has anybody on your team, and this came up at the last meeting with the 3 constituents, that Cornerstone School, 1 block east, did anyone reach out to figure out how we do this so that we cannot add more aggressive traffic to this area?
So essentially, the condition of one condition of approval was that the traffic consultant provide a detailed stacking and queuing analysis internal to the site. That's going to be required.
That wasn't what I requested.
Well, it goes somewhat hand in hand with kind of where you're going with the question is during that analysis would be the time to where we could gain a further hold onto how everything surrounding this site functions and how it can properly function, in conjunction with the pickup and dismissal times of that particular school. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioners, my name is Keith Waters. I'm legal counsel for the applicant. My address is 7916 Dunstable Circle, Orlando, Florida 32817. I think on the staggered times, this traffic studies have shown us that there will be no impacts on Oak Ridge Road. Cornerstone impacts Orange County or Orange Avenue rather considerably, it seems. This is a much smaller school, and our studies show that the vehicles coming to pick up students will be contained within the property. So we don't anticipate traffic coming out onto Oak Ridge Road causing any problems.
That's not true. I'm sorry. I go there because of the holdup, because of Cornerstone. There is a backup on Oak Ridge Road because no one can even get to Hansel and Orange, and also or Hoffner, which go along with our county roads, and also we have Sunrail that goes through there. So that was specifically discussed at the meeting, and I was really hoping that we could have had a conversation on this before today so we could work through that, because I'm not talking about staggering when you pick up. I'm talking about staggering so we don't cause more traffic to that community that's already being affected tremendously because of a heavy school.
And we're just as concerned about that. But as far as the meeting goes, it was, you and I spoke yesterday. My partner, Vivian Monaco, did reach out to your office back on the 11th.
We don't have that, and it could have been followed up, but still.
I have the email, and she offered an entire week of available times to meet, and we didn't hear from you until yesterday. That being said, we think we have satisfied, we feel like, to the extent we understand your concerns, that we've addressed it with the traffic studies. This project is in compliance with all of the required regulations. And be honest with you, including the landscaping, this board has established regulations that are applicable to all the citizens in Orange County. My clients have done the homework and done the work prior to this time coming here to satisfy those regulations. I understand that there are conditions to approval in the cases like this, but it seems to me that they should be limited to peculiarities associated with the property, something unusual. And here there are no trees anywhere in the area, but my client is perfectly willing to, they're not only satisfying the landscaping regulations, but they're willing to add a little more density to the mature trees there. It isn't a really wide area, so we have to be a little bit careful. We're talking full canopy trees. Even the smallest of those are have 50-foot or more diameter. So, and we want, there to be visibility. They've designed a very nice school. It'll be a great look from the road. And we're happy to do all of those things. Another condition to approval that we don't have a problem with is the fence. It's along a railroad track. That's something that's, not common to every property that's subject to these regulations. So there's a little bit more that would be required there. It's very dense growth understory there, so it would be very difficult to penetrate. But we're happy to accommodate that concern and put a fence there. The traffic, I can only tell you what the studies show and what we're seeing, what we've planned. I think it's 50 vehicles can be on site at one time going through the loop picking up kids. As far as staggering the times, that I don't know if you want to speak to. We can stagger the times. You want to speak to that? I can have one of the principals of the applicant address that if you like. So, notwithstanding the lack of the meeting, I think we can satisfy your concerns with these three items. And just, like we said before, DRC has approved this, P&Z has approved it. We're in compliance with all the regulations. 2 public or community meetings. My clients have done a lot to get to this point.
Well, the fact that we're having to discuss these now when they were already brought up at the community meeting lets you know that there's a disconnect. And so, staff, if we can we make sure we add the fence along the east side of the property, specifically along the railroad track?
And Kane can address the staggered times as well.
You're misunderstanding the staggered. This isn't staggered for you all on your property. This is staggered for the area.
Start time. I understand what
Yeah,
you're saying.
so he keeps referring to staggered in 50 spots on your lot. That's not what we're talking about. This was a very pressing issue that came up because we had Belle Isle residents who were at the community meeting with the same concern, and we have a current major traffic issue right there.
Yeah, so I would let her speak to what.
But just
your
one moment,
concern-
I have the
Okay.
county looking into these things, please.
Okay.
Commissioner Uribe, we can propose a new condition 18 to read that fencing along the property line shared with the railroad to be a 6-foot, at least a 6-foot opaque PVC pipe fence. Sorry. If that's acceptable to the applicant, we could propose that as the new condition 18 in the staff report.
We can do that.
And then also, can we make sure on the landscape buffering, because I know the county standard is a lot less than what I'm asking for, and I'm looking for the more mature, robust landscaping on that.
So my question is, are you trying to alter the maturity of the trees, the distance between the trees?
The maturity of the trees and the landscaping along the corridor, because I know that the county regulations are a lot lighter on that, and that extent. Can we also get a site plan of the area of the queuing for the parking put up?
Sure. Do we have that?
While they're looking for that, if I could just interject, there was in the introduction, there was a mention of the timing of the recording of the cross-access easement. That's no longer an issue. We actually recorded it this morning, so it's been recorded, and I have the receipt from the electronic recording, but we'll have actual book and page number, instrument number, probably later today. So that's been done. One thing to note, too, with the driveway there's really only about 270 feet left of road frontage. So I'm worried that it might sound nicer than it might end up being if we put too many large canopy trees there.
Mayor, staff is working through that. Anybody else has questions?
You're the only one.
Oh, you had push your button.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to ask you, how many cars can you fit in this queuing line?
I think is it 50
Well,
cars?
it could actually be more. I mean, if you can see here, they have to come in and they come down from the community meeting that we had, the biggest concern was safety. And we agree, obviously, we're a school and we want to be as safe as possible as well. That's our biggest concern. But we did create this second drive here. So the school so the trucks that are going to the back are going to go to the far east of the property. And then
we can't see what you're pointing at.
I need a pointer, because I'm just trying to understand how much stacking you have.
So this is how much stacking we have there. So to give you perception, the whole property is 5 acres. So we're almost going the whole length of the property down in, and we'll circulate through our own parking lot to come up and be dropped off right here. So as you can see, this creates a huge, large circle that they will have to make. So that's how many cars we can stack on site.
Okay, and so I guess I need to know, you said what the total length was. I'm going to do some math here in a minute.
I don't know the total length. I don't know if Dustin and you guys can figure out.
I want to say the total length is around 1,200 feet, but I can't recall exactly what that was. So we haven't performed a full queuing analysis just yet.
Again, because this was the land use process, so we still have to go through several development processes through DRC again, all of that, once we get to that stage.
All right, and then was the plan then to have, it's K through 12, is that correct? 500
Correct.
students. So will you be letting those different divisions out at different times so that the stacking's not such an
Currently,
issue?
when you were talking about staggering times, as I believe Cornerstone starts at 7:45 in the morning. Our school doesn't start until 8. I know that only seems like 15 minutes different.
No, and they're going to have more high schools, so you need to check on that because they're building a senior, like a high school.
Well, high
division
schools
building.
usually start earlier. So when I went to high school, I started at 7:05, and I believe.
Well, I
most
mean,
of
it's
the-
still worth looking into
Right,
and finding
right.
out.
So we're start later than both those times. And then, yes, our high school will be let out, 1:30, let's just say, and the other one's 2:30. Typically, I think Cornerstone lets out around 3. Again, those will be staggered, and there's not going to be as many students. So and 488 is the max we could put at the school. That's not where we're targeting at this point, but that's just the way the square footage works out. Again, so the times will be staggered. We also offer pre-care and aftercare. So a lot of our kids are dropped off at 6:30 in the morning, and a lot stay until 5. So already we're not in that major pickup line. And again, that's every Orange County school at this point has those issues.
But we have to be good neighbors.
We do, but they're also 2 blocks away. It's actually almost 3 blocks away if you actually look at where the railroad tracks are and then the 2 streets. But we understand, and that's why we want to contain our traffic on our site.
And I have one more question. So do you have a turn lane? Is this off Orange Avenue here? So are they being required to put in a turn lane? Oh, that's for staff. Probably.
I think you'd have to ask that staff. I'm pretty sure there was a turn lane to make a left in.
So there is an existing suicide lane that runs down the middle of Oak Ridge. And we worked with staff, transportation division and engineering division to establish a plan that was set forth in the land use plan approval for marking to a certain extent and potentially constructing raised medians to restrict the main access into this site as a left in traveling eastbound and then a right in, right out traveling westbound. And essentially what that would do is eliminate this as a full access from the south to the north and make this intersection between the adjacent driveway much more accommodating.
Well, that sounds good, but there's no turn lane in case that the parents are stacking out on Orange Avenue?
There's no right-hand turn lane.
Okay, so then at some point, we're going to have to do the math to make sure you have enough internal.
Yeah, the initial analysis indicated that no turn lane was required to support the development.
I'm just not used to that many students on 5 acres either. It's a lot, so.
And
all right, thank
also, we know that this outside lane is semi-trucks because you've got industrial. What kind of protection is the school having from these big, oversized trucks driving along the school during the day for the children as a safety?
You mean where?
So we have this road that runs along the side all the way to the back because in the back you still have warehouse space where trucks are going to come in and out. So you've got children on the front end of the site and you've got trucks with everyone. You're not regulating those trucks or coming in and out on that road. What kind of protection is the school going to have from these folks? Is there going to be a gate closing and so forth? So that we make sure that, as these semi-trucks are coming in and out, I'm sure you'll have to have one access point where if a parent comes to do pickup and things like that. But you're talking about semi-trucks running on that road. That's why you're creating
They're not. I don't believe they're semi
pickup trucks, anything to the warehouse that's going there.
Yeah, and they're very. This is a very small business, and they're very infrequent. It's not a daily, all day long
So
kind
my
of thing.
question
It's a very occasional.
is, are you going to have a gate to protect the school from said traffic? You can't, if there's going to have access to the back of the lot, is there some sort of safety and protection gate-wise on those?
Yeah, there'll be a perimeter fencing that'll secure the entire building from access to the exterior of the site.
So the access to that road that's running alongside?
Correct, yeah.
And Nick, can we make sure is that conditioned in there also?
Which condition, Commissioner?
They said they're going to have a gate that will that will be around the property, because you know how that road, it's a road essentially to the back of the property that they have along the east side of this. And they're saying that they're going to have a gate to protect the school. I mean, you're talking about kids, pre-K, pre-K3, pre-K4, all the way to 12th grade. I mean, I think safety.
Right. I mean, I agree with you, but there's actually going to be, obviously there's traffic all over Oak Ridge, and there's more trucks on there that are going to other places, possibly even to, the charter school, dropping
Well, I'm
off
talking
food and
about
stuff,
the
but
access road on your property.
right here. Right
and
here.
there will be a fence around the perimeter of the school to separate that road from the rest of it.
Is that included in the conditions? With school safety, I mean, we're just seeing this grow and grow. You want to make sure that that is closed off and protected, and we want to make sure that we do our due diligence to protect the children that are going to be in that school since they're from that community.
Obviously, that is the top priority of the school as well. Otherwise, they won't be able to operate if they're not safe.
So, Commissioner, we have no condition language that speaks to a gate location.
Yeah, we would have to create one.
Okay, can we add that too?
Yes, can we, the new 19 could include the applicant shall install a perimeter fence around the property boundary.
The school, I think it's the
You want it
school,
around the school?
because they have, if you look all the way to the right, they have an access lane to the back of the property that is, you still have a contract that you guys have to honor, don't you? So I know that there's a possibility of you guys growing in the future, but for the time being, there's a contract. So there's an access road along the right side of that property that, if you look, continues to weave all the way to the back. But the school is actually on the front part of the property. So they are saying that they're going to have a protective gate around the school and access to the school.
So a perimeter fence around the school building.
The school, I
And
don't
also,
want to
just
necessarily.
for you guys' knowledge too, the playground is over here. So it's not anywhere near the road or the railroad tracks. So this is where the kids are going to be playing. They're going to come into the school, they're going to play here, the gym's here. So they're not even going to be out here in the parking lot and stuff. That's why we designed it this way, because we also want to contain them and to be safe.
Well, my thing is, if you got up to 12th graders, they don't always come to school on time. So you have a teenager coming to school late, you definitely want to have that area protected.
Right.
And the railroad tracks is another thing, because we know we have a high human trafficking issue going on in that area. So we want to protect those children. So I don't think it's necessarily your 5- and 6-year-olds. It's even your teenagers and middle schoolers.
Right.
So, but I believe our concern at this point is ensuring we know exactly where such a gate would need to be located. We wouldn't want to craft a condition that creates hardships at the later stage. And at the one hand, we do have condition number 2, which holds the applicant to representations made to this board today. So we can say for certain that at that development plan stage, when that comes in, concept plan before us is not something that's been formally submitted to staff as part of development plan. But when formal development plan does come in, staff will now, based on the discussion today, be looking for appropriate gating on that site. At the DP stage, yes.
Okay. We just want to make sure. I mean, there's certain things when you're coming into a vulnerable area that we want to make sure safety was brought up. And then we added the mature trees.
Yes, so the new proposed landscaping, so the applicant shall comply with the landscaping plan, with the exception of an enhanced requirement to include along Oak Ridge 5-foot caliper canopy trees every 25 feet on center and otherwise consistent with Orange County Code. 5-inch. It's very important.
And then 18 was the fence? Okay, and then you guys are going to work with the traffic? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
18 would be the new fencing requirement. 19 would be the trees. We will hold the applicant responsible for a concept plan submitted to include a perimeter fence along the outside of the building.
And that was for the DEP period, or, okay.
Yes.
So I missed the landscaping, the tree count and the caliper at DBH. What was that? I'm sorry.
I have 5 inches caliper canopy trees every 25 feet.
So
Wait a second.
Yeah, 20. I mean, every 25 feet. There's 270 feet here. I'm not sure what type of trees we're talking about. Laurel oak's going to be 50 feet wide. I mean, they won't even grow very well that way. If you look at an aerial, I mean, there's just no other property that's required to go above and beyond the regulations. We're happy to do that, but we were thinking more like every 30 feet. I think it's, what is it, 45 right now? Or 40? We were thinking every 30 or 35 feet. It would add one more tree to.
No, I would like, that's one of the conditions we talked about in the community meeting.
I was at the community meeting, I don't remember that.
I talked to Vivian, I'm sorry, so I talked to Vivian Monaco.
Okay.
One of the residents had mentioned that, okay.
It would help if we understood the reason. Once we've complied with code, it would seem that we would need to show a special circumstance here.
How about this? Why don't we continue it so
No.
we can discuss this? Because clearly I'm asking you for some simple things to be done to help this community, and I'm trying to work with you to get this done, and you don't want to work with me on it. So I'm happy to continue it. We can discuss it and then come back and have it all resolved.
No, we don't want to continue it. We did reach out to your office to talk about these things.
We don't have any proof of you reaching out, but regardless, I'm trying to
I have a copy of
work
the email.
through this. Regardless, sir, you know what? I feel more comfortable filing a motion to continue because at this point.
Well, we're willing to do it. We've said we would add extra trees, extra landscaping, but I just want to make sure that we understand that that's a lot of trees in a small area. It seemed like we could do a few less. Do you want to do 25 feet?
Mayor, as a point of order, they did call the motion in a second.
Well, he's still talking. I think in terms of if he's finished talking, you ask him a question. I think he's here this afternoon. We owe it to him to at least hear what he's saying, and then we'll call the motion. So I think it's appropriate to listen to him.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Press my button.
Are you?
No, thank you. I would just say I would really wish that we would not call a continuance on this. My clients have worked hard to get to this point. 2 community meetings. They've been through P&Z, DRC. They have complied with regulations. They're willing to enhance the landscaping. I only raised the question about the number of trees that would be, which is a lot to really kind of cram into that small a space. But we don't want to back up from where we are. We're very, very close here. We've addressed the fencing. We've addressed the parking and the traffic. I would have to defer to the applicant on the number of trees. We're talking. I mean, we want to be able to see this beautiful school they've designed.
If you all can at least come to some closure on the issue, then I'm going to call the question.
30 feet? Huh? 25, okay. We'll do it.
So 20, what was said now?
25.
Just for the record. 20, every 25 feet.
Every 25 feet.
Commissioner Uribe, that's all of what you have requested, correct?
Can we go over everything again?
Sure.
Just because I'm not feeling very comfortable right now moving this forward. I'm actually feeling more pressured to move this forward when I'm not comfortable where we're at. And I did do a motion in a second because I'm trying to work with you, and I feel like I'm being contested out. And these are simple things that we could have resolved. But if you could, Georgina.
Sure. So we have a revised condition 16 already. We've proposed a new 18, which would address the fence. So fencing along the property line shared with the railroad to at least a 6-foot opaque PVC fence. We have a new 19, which is that they shall comply with Orange County's landscaping plan requirements with the exception of the enhanced requirement along Oak Ridge Road to include 5-inch caliper canopy trees every 25 feet on center and otherwise consistent with code. And 20, a concept plan submitted should include the perimeter fence along the building.
Okay. And John, I'm going to actually ask you on this. So the staggered, all I'm getting now is the excessive traffic on Oak Ridge and Hansel and Orange Avenue right now, tremendously. And a lot of that we are close to Belle Isle. And so this whole staggering thing is super important to work with. Is that something that we'll be able to handle later on along this? Because I'm getting complaints from the residents who live west of Hansel and Orange Avenue, and I'm getting complaints from residents who access Hoffner, Hansel, Orange, which it all gets bottled up. Granted, it's about a 15, 20 minutes every morning, but it is every single day. So I want to ask on that point.
Commissioner, I think you would have to address that as part of a condition of approval. Absent that, the county really has no ability to set or limit those hours of operation. And I'm not sure today we have the information about the schedule for some of the adjacent schools in that community and what those hours might be.
So we would have to set those conditions.
I believe we would. I mean, I'll certainly look to staff as well. But I think otherwise it's their business plan, and that would ultimately set that.
So I come back to you all because this was a question that came up again.
Came up when?
At our community meeting, we talked about Cornerstone being there. You've got Oak Ridge the other way, and we talked about the traffic. And I understand what you're saying is that, well, we're going to start at 8. It's very fluid. We don't have anything settled.
Right, we don't even know if Orange County would change their school time. So, I mean, we can't really, I don't know how you can manage that.
Okay, thank you, okay.
No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to understand.
I'm not trying to get Orange
it.
County to change their time. Oak Ridge High School's been there.
They could possibly, because they just did recently, they changed the middle school time because of the bus schedules. That's all I'm saying. So how can we predict what our times are going to be if we don't know if their school's times are set? That's all I'm asking. So I'm just asking.
The times are already staggered. I think we mentioned that. Right. If they need to be staggered more, we need to know what you think is reasonable. I mean, it sounds like most of these problems are caused by other schools and so forth. And I mentioned the stacking issue. That is relevant to the traffic, because if nobody's waiting on Oak Ridge like they're waiting on Orange, they'll be in the property. And so.
Okay, so we do need to work through this. So I do want to continue with my motion. I want my motion to continue.
All right, so what date are we looking to continue this to?
Mayor, our next meeting is October 8th, and then the next meeting in October is October 29th. So either of those two dates at 2 p.m. would be recommended.
Okay, are you good with October 8th? It'll be the next meeting.
We'd really like to solve this now.
I have a motion and a second, so I'm asking you, is
October 8th? Well, you don't have a second yet.
I do.
Yes, second.
Because we just changed it. Okay, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe and a second to continue the meeting until October the 8th, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying.
So we have a motion on the floor, but can we just have a discussion? I'm trying to understand what's happening here because I'm happening real fast. So you presented that you wanted to continue it because you did not want to put the trees at 25 feet or every 25 feet.
We've agreed to that.
They agreed to that. So I'm just trying to, I got this happening real fast. I'm trying to make sure I follow what's, so now the staggering, I thought the staggering was resolved earlier.
No.
It's a staggering of the times. We need, if I understand Commissioner Uribe, we need to agree to the times that my clients are going to conduct their business before we can get a zoning change. That's what we're talking about.
That's the reason?
And John said we have to do it now because we can't force it later.
And John, you said we have to do it now, but also your statement was that we can't dictate, we don't have the ability to dictate, an ability to dictate someone's operations of business as we do it from here. Am I correct?
After the last opportunity for this board to see the project is today at the rezoning.
But the question should be whether we do it at all.
That could be the question too.
Yeah, I think that is the question.
It's a policy decision for the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah.
Okay, and then my last question before we move to Mayor, just again, you have no record of them reaching out. You're saying you reached out?
Yes, I have the copies of the email. Vivian offered on September 11th. She offered 5 business days. Almost all of them were the entire business day. And
to what email?
We never heard anything.
To what email?
I have it. You want to? I
just want to call the email out.
Which email?
District 3. What?
Vivian Monaco to District 3 at ocfl.net. Meeting with Commissioner Uribe regarding Gulf PD, Oak Ridge Road. She offered Thursday, September 12th, all the way up until 3 o'clock. Friday, September 13th, 8:30 to 10, or after 12 noon. Monday,
That's
September
okay. I just
16th,
wanted to make sure you
anytime.
had the right email. So the
Yeah.
motion to continue is because of the staggered times, but everything
The
else is
motion
good.
continues because we did not, my staff has looked for this email, they can't find it, so they want to see a copy of this email, because I meet with everybody.
I
And
got
I've
you.
had community meetings intentionally to resolve this, but at this point, I do not feel comfortable
No, that's fair.
with us pushing this along, and so I want to be able to continue it so we can discuss it.
Copy that.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes. We'll see you all back on October 8th afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll move to the next item on the
Sorry,
agenda.
I think they wanted me to just say my name really quickly because they didn't get that part. Is that all right? I apologize.
Yes, go ahead.
Kane Morris Webster, and my address is 2016 Harrison Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32804.
All right, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, item B3. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thalmuller, if you will frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Item B3 is the proposed Greenway Automotive Econ Lockhatchee Campus Land Use Plan. Not a mouthful at all. This one is located on the north side of East Colonial Drive, west of Econ Trail, and east of the 417. Request here is to rezone the 18.16 gross acres from a mixture of C1 Retail Commercial District, C2 General Commercial District, and a little bit of A2 Farmland Rural District to PD Plan Development District, with a proposed development program of up to 194,387 square feet of commercial and retail uses, including but not limited to automotive sales and service. This property is designated commercial on the future land use map, as you can see here, and as mentioned, numerous parcels within the proposed PD have a variety of zoning districts. And the proposal is to rezone it all to one nice, clean, uniform PD. Here we have the aerial. You can see the property is primarily undeveloped. There is one parcel in there that I believe was previously developed as an old repair shop, but will be part of the proposed new redevelopment. You can see some residential uses to the south, commercial along the thoroughfare there on East Colonial, and auto dealership just off to the west. Now we go to the PD. Here we see the land use plan showing the overall boundary of the property, access points, proposed development standards, and all that illegible language there at the bottom is a very specific list of allowable uses. The recommendation here is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Greenway Automotive Econ Campus PD, subject to the conditions listed under the P&Z recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 5, and staff is available for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thalmuller. We see the applicant present, so if you'd like to make any comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kendall Keith with Oak Hill Planning, 3674 Lower Park Road, Orlando. And I'm here with representatives from the owner, and I want to thank staff for working with us over the course of about a year to get to this point, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have and ask for approval.
All right, Mr. Keith, if you'll just stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speaker cards for this case, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Bonilla, would you like to offer a motion?
So moved.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, item B4. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thalmuller, will you frame this item as well?
Thank you, Mayor. Item B4 is the proposed Vinland PD land use plan. This subject property is located on the west side of South Popka Vineland Road, South 5th Street, and within the Buena Vista North zoning overlay district. Request here is to rezone the 1.21 gross acres from RCE Country Estate District to PD Plan Development District, with a proposed development program of 15,500 square feet of office uses. In addition, there is one waiver from the BVN code to allow some flexibility in the building-based landscaping. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated office on the future land use map. and as previously mentioned, has that inconsistent RCE zoning. And the proposal, consistent and required by the BVN overlay requirements, is to rezone the property to PD. Here we have the aerial. You can see the property is undeveloped. We do have some retail, commercial uses up to the north, institutional uses north and east, manufactured home park there to the west. And next slide shows our land use plan, showing the subject property, access, development standards, and entitlements. And the recommendation here is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Vinland plan development subject to the conditions listed under the P&Z recommendation in the staff report. Mayor, Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mamtaz Bark. I'm with Terramax Engineering, and we reside at 1507 South Hiawassee Road, Suite 211 in Orlando, Florida. We agree with staff report and recommendations, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this case, Mayor.
And then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
I will. I want to thank you for working so closely with my office. Every time we ever have to, every time you have a project, I'm always looking forward to it because you're so responsive to the residents in my district, and I appreciate it so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
With that, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second, Scott. All right, we have a second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, take care. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, item C5. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we'll call on Ms. Lisa Sneed, who's going to come forward and frame this item. Ms. Sneed, the Assistant County Administrator, is present. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Today we're here to discuss the hospital Medicaid reimbursement program. Just to give you some background on this, hospitals only receive about 60% cost reimbursement for the patients that they serve on Medicaid. So this program was put in place to try to bridge that gap. This information just gives some quick information for those who may be interested in who to contact to find out if they are Medicaid eligible. In April of 2021, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services approved the Florida ACA's proposal for statewide Medicaid care program, again, to bridge this gap. And this direct payment program is intended to help offset the uncompensated costs for hospitals. Our board approved an ordinance in 2021 that authorizes the hospitals to assess themselves. These assessments do not impact county residents or county. There are now 24 of our 67 counties in Florida have these programs in place, and all of the large metropolitan or the large populous counties have these programs. This is the list of hospitals that are included in the program, with the new addition this year being HCA UCF Lake Nona. These few charts that I'm going to flip through very quickly just give some historical context. The first column shows the amount of money that the hospitals assessed themselves. The second shows the money that was recouped for federal match, and then the third column is the total. So that was the first year, 2021, followed by the second year. And then the third year, we've got the only information we have this year at this time is our estimated total match. So again, this is adopted annually in accordance with Florida statutes. And again, the hospitals are opposing a special assessment on themselves, a non-ad valorem assessment, which again does not affect county residents. The assessment is computed according to a formula that's established, and once it is imposed, it places a lien against the property. If the properties were not to pay the lien, it could result in a loss of title. The comptroller administers the program and gets paid no more than $150,000 a year. And federal regulations require it to be assessed on a broad-based basis uniformly. And the assessment must be paid no later than December 31st. So this year, the assessment equals 2.28% of hospital net patient revenues for each assessed property identified in the non-ad valorem roll. There's a limit on the amount of match that the states can pull down, which is why there is a gap between funded and unfunded amount covered by hospitals. And after the program, we typically see that the reimbursement for Medicaid costs are up from the 60 to 83%. So the letter of agreement that's laid out is between Orange County and the LPPF and Region 7 in the Florida ACA. The intergovernmental transfers will not exceed $218,107,906, and the letter of agreement defines the record retention, monitoring, and assignments. So today, the requested action is approval of a rate resolution, assessment roll, and letter of agreement for the local provider participation fund, and also in accordance with Section 25345 of Orange County Code, approval to accept a waiver and release from Central Florida Health Services, doing business as UCF Lake Nona, in lieu of the template hold harmless and indemnification agreement. So with that, I conclude my presentation.
All right, we see the requested action there.
Mayor, a question for, so the way it's presented, is this going to be two separate actions or just one motion?
I think we can handle it with one motion to approve the requested action, but I do have to open it up to members of the public for potential comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do have one speaker, Mayor. Rob Denninger.
And while Rob is coming here, I also want to thank, we do have representatives from all the hospitals here today and our consultants, and so wanted to recognize them.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Rob Deininger, and I serve as the CEO at Advent Health Orlando, address 601 East Rollins, Orlando, Florida, 32803. Thank you for the opportunity to express our support for the directed payment program and the rate resolution that you're considering today. You support this critically important program now entering its fourth year. It's vital to continue to meet the growing healthcare needs we face in Central Florida. Advent Health Orlando alone employs 9,500 team members and each year serves over 500,000 patients here in Orange County, many of whom don't have access to a connected network of healthcare. The same is true of our sister systems. This program generates critically needed funds so that hospitals in Orange County can deliver those services and build partnerships with community organizations to wrap around on the services that we don't provide directly. This funding, which comes at no cost to Orange County residents and businesses, provides Advent Health Orlando and the other partner hospitals the ability to meet the growing needs of our underserved community and provide high-quality care to patients in Orange County. But simply, we can't do this without you and the ongoing partnership and support of the Commission and Orange County government. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Deininger. If you will stand by for a moment. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Okay, there being none, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And if there are no questions, I entertain a motion for approval.
Motion for approval?
Second, Bonilla.
Okay, so I heard a motion first by Commissioner Uribe for the requested action, approval of the requested action. And I heard Commissioner Scott, I think, voice the loudest.
But I'll go second.
Okay. All right. So we have second then by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you to the hospital representatives who are present for this item this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move to the next item. This is D6. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, will be framing this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a rezoning case. It is a request to go from RCE, Rural Country Estate District, to R1AA Restricted Single Family Dwelling District for a property that measures 6.46 gross acres. The property is within District 2 and 6. The proposed use is up to 10 single-family homes. The original request, when the applicant first submitted, was a request for R1A District. in 20 homes. When it went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, that was reduced to 14 homes. We then subsequently had a community meeting, and it was reduced to 10 homes. Again, the subject property is within Districts 2 and 6. This is the aerial of the subject properties, showing that it's split by Good Homes Road. And this just shows District 2 is on the west side, District 6 is on the east side. All the homes would be located within District 6 on the east side of Good Homes Road. The future land use is currently low-density residential. The current zoning is RCE, Country Estate District. It is inconsistent with the current future land use of low-density residential. And the proposed zoning is R1AA, restricted. And this is, again, is the aerial of the subject property. 253 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 700 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 16 responses in opposition. A community meeting was held on June 20th with 20 residents in attendance. Residents expressed concern for traffic, flooding, and contamination of nearby wells. Some residents were glad to see the reduction from 14 homes to 10 homes. At the Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency hearing, there were 4 speakers present to speak in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested R1AA restricted zoning with 3 restrictions. There is a 4th restriction proposed to address the concern of contamination of nearby wells. This restriction would require a 75-foot distance between the stormwater pond and any nearby drinking wells. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, you can come forward for any comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. George Dennison, 7575 Dr. Phillips Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. While we're getting the PowerPoint pulled up, I just want to thank staff for the continued work on this project over the course of the last year. I think the input from the community has been vital to the concept plan we've arrived at this point. Here we go. We have just a few things we wanted to address that, as were mentioned in the original slide, were points of concern for the community, namely the well locations and the traffic considerations for adding 10 homes to this road. Not sure how to change it. Gotcha. So I also have with me Adam Pitts from Kimley Horn, who's available for engineering-specific requests as we get into discussions about retention ponds. So we've already addressed the site overview. The proposed development is R1AA with the conditions explained previously. So currently, I think it's important to readdress the fact that the District 6 piece that we're in right now is RCE, which is a non-conforming lot in terms of its zoning with relation to its future land use. The District 2 lot that we have is actually currently zoned as R1A, which is a higher density. So we're going to be reducing density on one portion of the property while we are increasing from RCE to R1AA on the other 2. We'll be required to hook up to public well and sewer. And there will be no wetland impacts given that we won't be developing the District 2 portion of the property on the lakeside. So as discussed, our original concept plan submitted was a rough sketch of 17 homes that you see there on the left. After significant opposition, we discussed with the developer and they were able to dwindle this down to 10 residences on the property, which you see on the right. Since the project on the right was shown at our planning and zoning hearing, you'll see as we address the well considerations here in a minute, the retention pond on the south was actually relocated to the northern boundary so that we can move it further away from the existing well structure. So this is the new conceptual plan. I have a full screen here for you to take a look at. So the ingress-egress point will actually be on the south boundary of the property. The retention will now be located on the northern side of that ingress and egress to the neighborhood. And I will show you here in a second where the well is structured. So for reference, before we move on, the property to the immediate south is the only property that actually has an existing well on it at the moment. So those are the citizens that we're most concerned with adjusting the location of certain items based on the location of the wells that exist. So as you see, that green dot represents the current well on the property to the south boundary. By moving that retention pond further north as we have met the 75-foot setback buffer that we're requesting be a condition of approval today. And we actually estimate we have roughly 30 feet in addition to that buffer space that will be added on top of the 75 feet that we're agreeing to as a condition of approval. Not to get into too much depth, but what we've done so far since our last planning and zoning meeting, we had 2 different memorandums commissioned by Kimley Horn. One of them was a well adaptation or assessment report filed. What that did was discovering exactly where the basin is, where the aquifer is in relation to where we're considering putting this retention basin. And I'll let our engineer speak to that as we get into the more technical discussion. But essence of it, there is going to be a significant amount of filtration of sand and clay between the bottom of our basin and the retention pond, which will only go to approximately 6 feet in depth. It leaves roughly, it says 24 feet, but after reading the report, I would like to hear some clarification about this as it gets into some technical formalities there. But in essence, there's going to be a significant amount of land between, of subsurface between the aquifer and actually where the bottom of our retention basin will be. So the second report we commissioned with Kimley Horn was also a preliminary traffic study. And while we're still at the rezoning phase of this project, again, as our developer has been consistent through this entire process, we are trying to address concerns in a proactive manner, and we're trying to provide evidence as to why we believe that this project is adaptive to the community and is not going to be a detriment to the existing roadway as well. So as you can see, these are the build-out peak hour analysis summaries. We have a level of service of A and B in both directions on that road. So while we understand nobody likes to add traffic to a road, regardless of how much exactly it is, the report identifies that we have a significant amount of service available on that road as well. In addition, that report also addressed the necessity of a turn lane, which, according to the National Cooperative Highway Research Program, there's not going to be a requirement for a separate turn lane for ingress and egress in there, considering it's only the 10 homes that we're adding. So, again, I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work they've done so far. I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. If you will stand by. Do we have members of the public present for this item?
Mayor, we have 2 speakers, but one appears to include some members of the applicant team. So we have 1 speaker.
All right.
Peggy Lance.
You can pull it down there.
Hello, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner. Commissioner. My name is Peggy Lance. I have lived on Lake Lucy Drive for 40 years. 8240 Lake Lucy Drive. I'm the one hidden by all the trees. And I'm the 3rd generation to be on that property. And there are 2 more generations coming up that want it. So we keep hoping that some things will be paid attention to. My father before me, and for 40 years I've been coming to commission meetings pleading the case for protection of the Floridan aquifer. This area is high, sandy location, and the drainage district covers about 5 different lakes. And I have some pictures of a report that my father made. My father was an engineer in 3 states, registered engineer. And I want to show you these. He was a member of a planning commission when he first moved back to Florida. Can we put this? And I plead this for the protection of the aquifer. These are lakes that surround this area, and this is where we are, right in here. This is Lake Lucy. This is Lake Florence. The little green ones are the deepest. This is at the bottom of the drainage area. And this is, they have, most of the protection they think they have on our aquifer is over at the airport. The airport is a swamp. A swamp holds water. That's why it's a swamp. When you have high, dry, sandy location, that's where you get your good drainage into the aquifer. Can I go on or not?
I'm going to give you a few moments to finish your comment. You can finish. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds.
Okay. I won't be done in 30 seconds. I guess I'll just have to quit with that. But I would like to say that about 25 years ago, spent many times in this commission office chambers trying to plead with you to reduce the development density, always, because the density is where all the pollution comes from septic tanks, from trucks, from vehicles, and from drainage of pesticides that are used way too much. And would like to have you consider not saying no a little more often. About 25 years ago, when Vera Carter was on your commission, we rezoned everything in Woodsmere, these three lakes, to RCE. Every single one of them, except what I own, has been reduced every single time. Anybody gets a 1 acre property, they immediately come and plead with you to divide it. My father needs to live with me behind my property. No, he sold the property.
Quick question for you, Ms. Lance.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're going to wrap up. Okay.
All right.
Are you supportive of this project or not?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Are you supportive of the project in question or not?
Well, I would like to see it left RCE. That's my appeal.
Okay.
I don't think it'll happen. It never has, but that's my appeal.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to give the applicant. I'll give you the opportunity for any rebuttal comments.
Just to address two of the points, we understand that RCE has been a long-standing zoning and designation in that area. It is a non-conforming zoning designation at the time, so a rezone is required regardless. I think also of note to that point is that the District 2 location is currently a higher density than what we're asking for here for both portions of the same parcel. And as for density, again, you know, R1AA would permit more units than 10. We're self-imposing with the discussions at the P&Z meetings that we've had, a reduction and limitation on 10 units. So density is at the forefront of our mind when we developed the 10-lot community, and it still is. So.
All right. Thank you. All right. If you'll stand by, we'll close the public hearing at this time. And I see we have a couple of questions or comments by commissioners. First, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I actually, that lot looks beautiful, and I had a chance to speak with the resident who just gave a comment over the weekend, and we had a discussion about some of the trees that are in the area, and there are some obviously valuable trees. What are the efforts being made to preserve some of that canopy?
Yeah, so actually, if we pulled up the new conceptual site plan again, you'll see that it's effectively designed for 11 lots as it's situated. What we've done is there actually is a lot to the northwest that we recognize there's some specimens on that property that we would like to preserve, not only for conservation concepts, but also for the aesthetics of the community. I think it's going to look really nice. So there's essentially an entirely vacated lot that is strictly for tree preservation. In addition to that, I mean, with any development, you obviously need to take care as to where we're placing these roads, these ingress, egress, and the retention ponds. Engineering's been working diligently on figuring that out. As you can see, two of the trees to the north of the retention pond is currently proposed, are some large specimens that are going to be preserved, and that'll be directly at the entrance of the community. What those will also do, and you can see the lot I'm referring to actually just to the northeast of those trees, behind the north neighboring lot. That's going to remain just essentially a dense forest. In addition to that, what we're doing here, you can kind of see where the proposed lots are. There aren't a lot of trees being taken out other than in the back of the property, which is a heavily wooded area. But otherwise, the front of the lot is relatively green space right now.
Well, and I appreciate that. I think it's going to be it looks like a beautiful plan. My only other question is, was there any discussion about amenitizing that stormwater storage so that it mimics some of the natural elements in the area, sort of knowing that it's going to be close to a beautiful lakefront?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we've done at this point, as far as the zoning approval is concerned, is we've really looked into some of this design more than a lot of applicants, a lot of projects I've been on as well have done to this point. I think anything to that effect would definitely be open and willing to discuss at the actual site plan approval phase.
Right.
But I mean, honestly, this is a representation of location of items at this point. So
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes, you're in the Wekiva study area, correct?
Correct.
And so am I understanding then the piece to the west of Good Homes Road, you're not developing whatsoever, correct?
Not at all. It's going to be entirely conservation. We're not going to be touching any of it. We actually, in order to get to this point and why this rezone has taken as long as it has, we've been going for about a year and a half now. There were two, and this is kind of going into a longer background, but there were two options because of the unique situation how the parcel split by Good Homes Road. We could have split the lot and kept this as two lots and just developed on the right side. What we did instead was we wanted to incorporate both to see if there was a feasibility of being able to put some kind of amenity for the neighborhood on the left side on the on your portion on the District 2s. But the high water line that came up during the conservation area determination was just excessive. So not only do I think it would be infeasible to do so, but we've already agreed to a condition that we will not be developing any portion of it.
And so do you have a percentage? Did your engineer come up with a percentage that you're leaving passive in this project?
Correct. Yeah, we're compliant with the Wekiva study green space. I can pull the exact numbers, but that was a conversation at the onset of this.
Well, I'm assuming it's over 35%. I was just curious what the ultimate percentage is. We don't see that very often.
Do you have the actual?
It's
I
okay.
can find it.
It's
I'm
over
confident,
35,
though.
but it's over 35%.
Yes, it is.
And then after I pulled it, you made some changes to the pond to protect the well. Can you describe that one last time, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So Florida Administrative Code actually designates a retention basin as what's considered to be a moderate risk to runoff and water. And a moderate risk under the Florida Administrative Code requires a 50-foot setback from that risk area, which is considered to be our retention pond. The retention pond as proposed here and as we're moving forward, if assuming approved today, is there's a 75-foot buffer that was that dotted circle that I showed around the green dot, which was the well on the south neighboring property. That's what we're actually even willing to put in as a condition of approval today, to set 75 feet as the absolute minimum, which is 25 feet above the Florida Administrative Code's minimum for a retention pond. And it's our estimate that we'll have an additional 30 feet beyond that before our retention pond starts. And that's all because we've just reconfigured the ingress and egress, whereas we had previously a semi-straight path coming in right through where the retention pond's situated now. We located it further to the south and pushed the retention pond to the other side. So it really was solely a product of hearing that citizen's concern and addressing the well relation. So,
Well, let me ask staff then, Attorney Holmes, do we need to write that as a...
It's already a restriction. It's restriction number 4. On the
Okay, so then you don't
we
need
just addressed it. Jason and I were talking about it yesterday, actually, trying to get the wording correct so we could propose it this afternoon.
So we have it covered. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you for your effort to improve this project.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Scott, which one of you is the motioner and the seconder?
Well, before the motion, I just want to.
Okay, well, I closed the public comment a moment ago, but if you have filled out a card, then we're going to let you speak, okay? So sorry about that. When I called if there were any other members of the public present which to be heard, I heard nothing. Okay, so we're going to allow you to speak, okay? Okay, you can come forward, and there we go.
Thank you very much. My name is George Tiedemann. live at 1925 Good Homes Road. Caught a little bit off guard because one of the biggest things that we were concerned with, and some of them have been addressed, removing the retention pond. I'm going to put a piece of paper up. This is based on the old. Is that good? Because until a few minutes ago, we have not seen this new layout that they had. Our biggest concern, I guess, is really not the 10 houses, because I think they've addressed that, putting it back far enough setbacks, is a safety issue and a privacy issue. The one thing that wasn't addressed, it's not the traffic for the extra 10 homes, it is the ability of that turn lane, because you're on a blind curve. Now, part of that's addressed, looks like on the north side, by moving that entry road down. But the thing that hasn't also been addressed is that drain, the drain to nowhere, as we called it the last time. It was cleaned out. After the meeting last time, it was cleaned out. It does not go anywhere, though, but it had 30 years of mud in it. It holds more water now, which is good, but it also still floods. So we're on a curve, blind, and it's not the traffic, it's just coming out of that blind curve. Where's the safety issue? The other is, those are all two-story homes, and there's several houses that back up to this property that you lose the privacy issue. And we had done in Lake Lucy Estates, which was a good solution, is where there were homes, there was an 8-foot wall built up for the privacy issue, because from the second story, you can look right into the backyard, especially in this layout we have here. So some of this was addressed in that new layout. And I'd like to have a copy of that new layout, because we didn't see it until it went up on the board there. Same thing with the 75-foot horizontal for the retention pond. We didn't see that either until just now. So as far as the layout, great. As far as the flooding issue and the curve and the access road in, not so much. I think we have a problem on that. It's a bad road. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Even though we had closed the public hearing, I'm going to give the applicant the opportunity, if you want, to make any comments. Do we have another speaker as well?
Mayor, yes. It appears there were some incorrectly stapled cards here. Arlene?
Yes.
All right. We do have a card for Arlene.
Okay. All right. You want to speak on this item, ma'am? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
State your name and your address for the record, if you don't mind.
Arlene Vasquez, 1905 Good Homes Road, Orlando, Florida, 32818. I am part of the Vasquez family, living next door to the property for which the applicant is requesting rezoning. They want to build 10 two-story homes, a large stormwater retention pond, and a long road into the 5-acre property. The applicant's proposed site plan shows a stormwater retention pond. The plan that we saw that was shown to us, the one that we saw here today, we're seeing for the first time. There's a pond within 24 feet of our drinking water well. Therein lies the problem. And we contacted the Orange County Department of Health and the St. John River Water Management District. They informed us that under Florida law, a stormwater retention pond is considered a sanitary hazard that poses a risk to wells. This is why I am asking all of you for help. Can you please add protections for our drinking water well? We want to prevent damage to our well and to prevent contamination of our well. Can you please require that stormwater retention pond be put in another part of the 5 acres, not as shown in the plan that was given to us to see? Also, can you please require that any construction activity not damage or contaminate our drinking water well, and give us the right to sue for breach of these restrictions? Lastly, can the Board of County Commissioners please assign a staff person who will lead us through this process and assure that our well is protected?
All right. Thank you. If you'll just stand by for a moment, I will have the applicant address part of your concern. Then I'll go to the county attorney that can address your question about litigation and then I think we would have answered your questions. Okay. All right.
Thank you. So again, apologies to the residents for not having that site plan available, a long time ago. This site plan has changed probably 6 times. I just received a copy of this on Thursday afternoon myself. And I think above all, that shows a consistent effort to continually listen to these comments and actually adjust the subdivision rather than steamrolling through with what we thought was a good plan from the start. This obviously addresses that concern. The 24 feet is no longer applicable. I can show you again. I think it's beneficial just to see the well again. This is a buffer of 105 feet from the existing well. Again, correctly referenced, St. John's Water Management District and the Florida Administrative Code do identify a retention pond as a hazard to drinking water. However, it's considered to be a moderate risk and is specifically defined. And a moderate risk requires a 50-foot buffer. So what we're doing is essentially double the buffer that's required by Florida law for a retention pond. So we hear the concerns, we've addressed the concerns, and we think this site plan does just that.
All right, and so I'll go to the county attorney's office. She asked a question about potential litigation, preserving their right to sue if there was a problem.
And I believe the condition, the restriction that was added, number 4, is to address the proximity of the stormwater pond to the constructed drinking well. I agree with the applicant that Chapter 62-532 of Florida Administrative Code governs where that restriction, the genesis for that. We can hold the applicant accountable for the things that we can. Private causes of action are something separate and apart from that.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I could.
I don't know if she heard you, by the expression on his face. I don't think she heard the last part. You kind of tape it off.
Yes, so we can hold the applicant accountable for the things, for the land use approvals that the county is making. Any private causes of action would be private and separate and apart from the county. I was trying to provide clarification that the nexus between the added condition, restriction number 4, is consistent with Chapter 532 of Florida Administrative Code.
Okay.
Mayor.
All right. So she's essentially saying if you decided to sue, it would be up to you to take that action. Okay. All right. John?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, following today's action, should the board approve the restricted rezoning, there will be a subdivision plan that comes back to this board for a public hearing. The residents would be noticed. I think that one of the questions was what comes next? How do we stay engaged? And so as that subdivision plan comes forward, there would be notice to the residents of that future public hearing, and the board would be able to see that the conditions, or at least more specifically the restrictions that have been agreed upon today, and how those are addressed in the proposed subdivision plan. So you'll see this again.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Scott, you see the recommended action because you both split the area. We'll entertain a motion and a second from.
Well, just one moment, though. So, George, if you could just summarize. So originally you could have developed the property at 20 different sites. What would have been per site?
So that
20 different home sites. How many versus what you have now?
So what we were originally asking for was an R1 designation when we went through the original process, and that's where we went to 20. Now we're down to 10. Our subsequent request was to go to R1A as opposed to where we are today with an R1AA. R1AA, I believe, would actually permit somewhere between 14 and 15 homes at its maximum density. The restriction imposed here for number 3 here is actually bringing that density down.
And what was the main basis for you going from 20 to 10 home sites?
It was a product of the community meeting, honestly.
And then my last question, with the traffic, because he mentioned that, you said there was no need for it. Was there a particular reason why you wouldn't add that turning lane? I've driven that road. I've seen there's a lot of enhanced safety features because of the number of car accidents and things that happen there. Was there a reason why? Can you speak about that?
Yeah, I can actually, I think that might be a question better suited for engineering. What they did was they used a third-party consultant to come out and address, A, the level of service, B, my second request to them coming into this was whether or not a turn lane was required given the volume on that road and the location of everything. They've gone by the restrictions and they've determined based on output, that there isn't a requirement for it. But if you'd like to get into technical specifics, I'd be happy to bring.
If you could just put that on the record, I'd appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon. Adam Pitts, civil engineer with Kimley Horn, 200 South Orange Avenue, Suite 600, Orlando, Florida, 32801. So I understood that there's a transportation concern. We did have our transportation engineer go out and do an analysis of the road. We provided that technical memorandum to the county, basically stating...
Can you speak up a little bit if you don't mind?
Sorry. We provided the technical memorandum to the county stating that, one, the existing road, Good Homes Road, is not deficient. Typically when you have a turn lane, it's the number of trips that trigger that threshold where a turn lane is required. This is just, it's 10 homes, right? So the peak hour trips was 11, which is not enough, not a threshold for a turn lane. So that's why we don't have a turn lane proposed. As far as the concern about the curve radius and the line of sight and that sort of thing, also that memorandum did speak on that behalf. Again, it's a public road. It was previously designed per public standards. There's not, in the memorandum it summarizes, there's no issue with line of sight.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions. Mayor, I think the applicant has demonstrated a willingness to be a good neighbor, and with that, I make a motion to approve.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does pass, and it is unanimous. Thank you all for your presence this afternoon. We are now going to move to the next item on the agenda, and this item is E7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to call on Mr. Sorensen once again to frame the item. And with that, you're recognized, sir.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a small-scale future land use amendment and concurrent rezoning. The request is to go from low-density residential to low-medium density residential. So low-density residential is up to 4 units per acre. Low-medium density residential would allow for consideration up to 10 units per acre. The rezoning is from R1A to PD. And the property measures 9.52 acres, and the proposal is 76 townhome units. The subject property is located in District 5. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the west side of North Dean Road, and this is approximately 3,000 feet south of University Boulevard. This is a zoomed out aerial of the subject property, just showing the various uses that are located within the area. It's mainly single-family residential homes, but there are duplexes as well as multifamily uses in the area. Again, the current future land use is low-density residential. Proposed future land use is low-medium density residential. Current zoning is R1A, and proposed zoning is PD. This is a snapshot of the land use plan, just describing the boundaries of the subject property, the entry and exit points, as well as the program for 76 townhome units. 468 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 6 responses in opposition. A community meeting was held on April 8th with 46 residents in attendance. All of them were opposed to the request with concerns for incompatibility and flooding. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were 8 speakers present to speak in opposition to the request. Staff is recommending adoption and approval, whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending denial of the request. Staff is available for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. With that, I'm going to ask the applicant or representative to come forward for any comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the contract purchaser for this piece of property. And it looks like I've got my PowerPoint coming up. Just as a reminder, and what Jason shared with you, this piece of property is 9.52 acres, and it is located on a 4-lane urban arterial road. It is halfway in between University Boulevard to the north and Colonial to the south. It is within the urban service area. It is not in the rural boundary. And there are public facilities available to serve this site. So this is a very typical infill type development. In fact, the current owners of this property, their families owned this land since 1947, and they have seen development come to them, not the other way around. Our request, as Jason stated, is to go from low-density residential to low-medium density residential. The PD asks for 8 units an acre. We have placed on the face of the PD a note that it would be 76 total units, so that comes in a little less than that 8 units per acre. And then straight from your comprehensive plan, it states that continuous stretches of similar housing types shall be avoided. A diverse mix of uses and housing types shall be promoted. It also states that in order to stabilize and improve existing neighborhoods, Orange County shall continue to support compatible infill development in existing neighborhoods, importantly, where infrastructure already exists. And then really this one, I couldn't have written it better myself, states that compatibility may not necessarily be determined to be a land use that is identical to those uses that surround it. We are asking for residential. We're asking for families to get to live next to families in these townhomes. We found a blast from the past back in 2008. Orange County adopted an infill master plan, and once again states things such as infill takes development pressure off of sensitive lands which have important functions such as wetlands and wildlife habitat. We have no wetlands on this piece of property. Energy savings, environmental preservation. I'm telling you, infill development has it all, right? When we went to the community meeting, we showed this site plan with 80 townhome units and the stormwater that was adjacent to Dean Road. After we got some feedback from this, we amended the conceptual plan. And as you all know, and it's always difficult in the Orange County process, what you are actually approving today is simply the rectangle with conditions of approval on it. And so what we did when we flipped the site plan is we placed the stormwater on the west in an attempt to give greater setback to the west. So in this instance, the townhomes are over 300 feet away from the residential lots to the west. To the north, what is interesting is along Nanda Lee Road to our north, adjacent to our proposed townhomes, you will see an area that is open space and conservation for the neighbors for their development along with their stormwater. And then there are 3 homes who back up to the rear of their homes, face Nanda Lee, and then further there are 3 more homes that look at Nanda Lee. 2 of those homes would be across from the stormwater. 1 of those homes would be across from the townhomes. And we went to great efforts to give significant buffers to those homes. In fact, as I mentioned, from the west, we have over 300 feet to a unit. To the north, we are dedicating additional right-of-way to Nanda Lee. Even though we have agreed not to access Nanda Lee, we are still granting, I think it's 0.62 acres for the county if that road is ever improved. So you'll have full right-of-way, and then our buffer that includes a 6-foot fence planting along there. And then, we have seen successfully throughout the county where townhomes are adjacent to single-family residential. This was to try to give you an idea of what it would look like when the single-family residential and the townhomes are behind a water feature. And then with respect to compatibility, well, one thing you usually look at with compatibility is height. We are also allowed up to 35 feet, 2 stories. And then as you can see, we would have significantly increased buffer than there would be if it was a single-family residential neighborhood. One item that's also come up is ISR. We had on our PD a request for 80%. When you look at a single-family residential, that is 75%. So if ISR is the problem, we're happy to agree to that lower amount. And then when it comes to compatibility, throughout this area, we find single-family residential successfully compatible with multifamily residential and townhomes. We're in the green up there, kind of catty corner to us to the northeast is a multifamily residential. Brook Commons, 288 multifamily units. They're at 13.7 units an acre on 21 acres. We have school capacity. This never happens for me. Available, available, available. We also have capacity on Dean Road in the section where we are located. We create 55 p.m. trips. We have no access on to Nanda Lee unless your staff makes us do that. We're dedicating the right-of-way, and we are required to build a decel lane so that, again, it's already 4 lanes there on Dean Road. This is not a local neighborhood road. And even with the 4 lanes, we will be building a decel lane. So with that, Mayor, we hope that this board would find a consistency with the comp plan and for the rezone, and I'd just like to reserve any additional time that I have to address any concerns of the neighbors.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Stand by. All right, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have what appears to be 19 speakers, several of which have a few minutes dedicated to them. All right, first speaker, folks, is going to be Margaret Gonzalez. Margaret, you get 1 minute. In addition, assuming that Cheryl Cully is here. Cheryl? Yes, yeah, just confirming you exist. While Margaret is getting ready, I'll start to call the next few names in batches. When I do, go ahead and line up in the back wall. When you approach the podium, please start with your name and address for the record. So following Margaret, we're going to have Craig Hilliard, Royalyn Breesy, Aaron Allen, and Jesse Weaver.
There, with all due respect, Mayor Demings and my Orange County Commissioners, my name is Margaret Gonzalez. My address is 9972 Burgundy Bay Street, Orlando. I'm here to offer my support in agreement with my fellow neighbors who are also in opposition to the proposed zoning change from the North Dean Road Townhomes project. Like many of my neighbors, my greatest concern about this project is our fear of flooding and erosion. Some of us have little to no buffer between our backyard and the conservation area. I'm concerned about water eroding my backyard and the backyards of all those whose homes back up to the conservation area. And lest you think that we are only looking out for ourselves, there are potential risks facing other parties as well that time will not allow us to address here. I've been a resident homeowner of Dean's Reserve subdivision for 20 years, and with the exception of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, the water level in my backyard has never been this high. After only 2 months of normal summer rains, the pictures I took last week of my own backyard offer evidence of my concern for this problem. All of the white areas you see here, this is the water reflecting, the light reflecting on the water. If you'll notice the two trees in the back, the brown line around the bottom, that was where the water line was before I took this picture. In the tree line, it's all standing in water. I could not mow my yard because my yard was underwater, completely saturated. You can kind of see all the mud there in the foreground. My lawnmower even got stuck there. 2 months ago, this area right here was bone dry. And now the water, it's standing water extends south towards this project. And again here, this is the tree line, and it virtually goes the entire width of my backyard. I think it's safe to say that we are not opposed to a landowner seeking to make a profit from that ownership. That's the American dream. However, Scripture reminds us that we should do unto others as we would have others do unto us. Please don't let their dream become our nightmare. Please keep the zoning designation as it currently stands, R1A single-family dwelling, and the future land use designation as low-density residential. Thank you so much.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Hillier. I live at 4918 Livingston Lane, Oviedo, Florida. I've owned a home in this neighborhood for 17 years. I've lived in it for 17 years. I've paid the taxes. My house backs up to where they're wanting to build this townhouse. Over the last 10 years, on average, according to the National Weather Service, you've had 10 days of 1 inch of rain or more come down. You're going to build a unit that's almost 10 acres. That's going to be mostly concrete, sidewalks, streets, and this water's got to go somewhere. 1 inch rain on 1 acre of land equates to 27,000 gallons of water. It takes half an inch of water to flood your home. I'm a retired person right now. I'm going to have to fortify my home to make sure that I don't get water in it, because there's nothing worse than seeing it coming in. I've been through the floods before. I know what it's like. I'm not against the people selling this land, not at all. What I'm concerned about is when you cover this land and it can no longer absorb the water, and it's going to have to go someplace. The retention ponds around our area, they're full. This area was not designed to hold the population without doing some other construction in other areas. It's just not going to happen. So, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Next speaker, please.
Did we have Jesse, Aaron, or what I'm now realizing is Roxanne?
Everyone.
Afternoon.
How are you all doing? My name is Jesse Weaver. I live at 2726 North Dean Road, and my family's owned this property since 1943. So the first thing I wanted to address was just the fact that you're going to hear a lot of opposition today from folks who have bought houses in neighborhoods that surround us. And I just wanted to point out that when my grandpa bought this land in 1943, he did so because he wanted to raise his family out in the country. And he did that, and he was able to raise my dad and his siblings. And I now live there on that property with my wife and my 4 kids. And so we're very blessed to have that. But things have changed a lot now. We live in an area that's completely surrounded by development, as you saw on the maps. And from my driveway, I can walk out, and a quarter mile down the street, I can see 3-story apartment homes and various other, there are duplexes across the street from us. And so now, like I mentioned, the folks who don't want this development to happen are the same ones who developed the land that was around us that were woods when I was a kid. And one of the reasons now that we are selling this land is because we want to move out into the country with our kids and raise our family out there. The other thing I just wanted to mention that we heard talked about already was flooding. You're going to hear other folks talk about that. I saw that on the previous hearing. It was talked about. We've never had issues with flooding on our property. It's high and dry land, and it doesn't flood. Hasn't in the 40 years that I've lived there. And so these concerns about flooding are related to maybe poor designs of the neighborhoods that they live in, but it has nothing to do with our property. And as you all know, this property is going to go through a approval process, and engineers are going to design the stormwater to run off correctly. So I just wanted to point that out, and appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, you know, he's the applicant. I'll let him finish. We'll work out the time. This is really for the applicant has time, the public, other people have time. So I'm going to. Okay, he's not the applicant.
Yeah, I'm confused because he owns the land, though.
He's the seller. Okay. All right. So, who's next?
All right, next speaker or next group, folks, is going to start with Kai Johnson, followed by... Oh, I did have Aaron Allen. You were in the last group. You go first. Tim Johnson, you'll be next, and you get 1 minute, I just heard. Okay. Followed by Barbara Weaver and Deborah Rivera.
If you'll just give us your name and your address again.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Allen. I live at 9910 Nakoma Lane. I'm actually one of the Weavers' neighbors. So thank you for your time, and thank you for being here. This is more directed at the commission. You guys have an unbelievable opportunity in front of you. As taxpayers and voters, I grew up in Pine Hills off of North Lane. I know exactly what these type of communities and these pop-up buildings do and the effect they have. I ask you guys to each put on your superhero capes and come to the rescue of your voters. That's exactly why we put you in the position you're in today. I know that you care about us. I know that you care about your neighbors. So I come before you and I ask that you don't approve this. Flooding, yes, an issue. Crime, I know about it firsthand. Yes, an issue. And finally, in response to the Weavers, who have been exceptional since my short time being there since 2008, almost 8 decades is a long time. I'm 40. That's double. My response is simple. You're welcome for building a beautiful community, which you and your family attended schools and churches, probably found loved ones. We simply ask that if you have to leave, we don't want to see you go, but leave it better than you found it. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Barbara Weaver, Jesse's mom. I'm one of the owners of this property. When I see all these pictures of the flooding, I'm stunned because none of the flooding is on our side of the road. The people that are having the flooding are on the other side of the road where they have a retention pond built by their developers that backs up to their homes. We don't have anything to do with that. Our property is high and dry. I wasn't going to say that, but when I see these pictures, it just shocks me that it is just so untrue about the flooding. I've lived there for over 40 years, and there's never been any flooding or standing water on my property. I want to go ahead and say that I'm told that our plans are not compatible with the surrounding areas, but we did start building in 1947 on this property. And at that point, everything around us was woods. I used to put my kids in their little red wagon and pull them through the woods. We used to have red foxes that come up to our door, and we'd feed them hot dogs. And then in the late 70s, early 80s, they started building, and they took away the woods. The foxes never came back. Despite our protests for these new neighborhoods were not compatible with us. We had 2 houses on 10 acres surrounded by woods, and now we are totally surrounded by neighborhoods, and they're using the excuse that we are causing flooding, and we are not. I just want to quickly say that on Dean Road, a quarter of a mile up, there's 3 apartment complexes, there's a 7-Eleven, there's 2 strip shopping centers. If you go south on Dean, there's a duplex neighborhood, there's a church, there's an apartment complex, there's a Jiffy Lube, there's a 7-Eleven. I mean, we are definitely not surrounded by single-family homes. That's not all there is to this. So compatibility and flooding are, to me, non-issues here. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Weaver, just a quick question. What's on that property now that you own?
Well, my son, his grandfather built a house in the front 5 acres, and Jesse and his 4 kids live there now 4 generations. And on the back 5 acres, my husband built a house where we lived, and we raised our 2 kids. And about 3 or 4 years ago, I moved out because I couldn't do taking care of the 10 acres anymore. So both of my sons are in those 2 houses on the 10 acres, and I live like right around the corner. But there's just 2 houses, and we have maintained and kept a lot of the woods around us. And we do have some really pretty views, but like my son Jesse said, we were isolated with woods, and now we're not.
I got it. You did answer my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Tim Johnson, 2757 Bolton Bend. I would like to respond to the question, to that comment about not flooding. Yeah, it doesn't flood, but my property will flood at the end of this development. And I wish I could show this, but I really don't have time. Let me just get to my 3 minutes. We had a meeting on April 8th. There were 47 people there at Arbor Ridge School. Becky, the developer, attorney, cavalierly asked the question at the end, how many people are in favor of this, and no hands went up. The only 3 hands went up were the Weavers. 47 people. 3 hands went up. And so she didn't ask the next question, which was, how many people in opposition? And every hand went up when somebody else asked that question. So none of us are in favor of it. We understand the Weavers want to dispose of their property. I have no problem with that. What I'm concerned about is what comes next. Don't just throw it out and be done with it and walk away and leave us with the problems. So all of the developments around this are single-family homes. At the P&Z meeting, which they did not agree that this was compatible, which is stunning to me why this is coming back before the county commissioner. You have a citizens committee that has said no. Now it comes back to the county commission, and they can turn around and spin you all around, I hate to say it that way, and get you to say yes. And that's a problem for me. But let me say this. One of the members on the P&Z brought a very, very good point. His point was the surrounding neighborhoods are all 4 units per acre. Well, their attorney said, no, we don't want to do that. We'll go from 76 to 74. Okay, think about that. From 76 to 74. And he says, well, no, that's not 4 units per acre. She wanted to be argumentative about it. It's okay. All right. The impacts to the north are dire, and you can see that when you look at the pictures. You're going to see some presentations. The P&Z, again, denied this, and then they made a motion to vote that it was incompatible and inconsistent. What do we want? We prefer the 4 units per acre single-family homes, single-story, preferably. We don't want any flooding. Now, I'm going to tell you, my yard does this, and then it goes into the Weaver's property. So guess what? When the development happens, they're going to bring dirt in. I've seen it. I'm an architect. I didn't say that part, did I? I'm a licensed architect. I've seen this before. They're going to bring dirt in, and when they bring dirt in, the water from my neighbors has no place to go. So I'm going to be flooded. So I'll be your next victim. I hate to say it that way. We would like for them to respect the existing wetlands and put no development there. There's no wetlands, but there are flood zones, and Keith will tell you more about that. We don't want any additional traffic, and we'd like for them to preserve as many of the trees as possible. Thank you for letting me have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Debbie Rivera. I live at 2813 Sedina Cove Street, Orlando, Florida, 32817. So today I'm here to oppose the proposed Flum Amendment and rezoning for the subject property. Per the comp plan and the Florida statutes, amendments to the comp plan shall discourage urban sprawl. The primary indicators used to evaluate this is that it fails to adequately protect and conserve natural resources, wetlands, floodplains, and environmentally sensitive areas. An objective in the comp plan shows that Orange County shall protect the natural functions of floodplains and flood zone areas to protect life and property and not approve construction within a designated flood hazard area. Here's the subject property located within a flood zone, with the flood zone to the adjoining north and northeast. And this hydrologically connects down south to the Little Econ River, which is only 1/3 a mile away from the subject property. And as we know, the Little Econ River has flooded assisted living facility, flooded Riverdale Elementary School. This is all within a mile or so away. The subject property also adjoins the conservation area, as we've all discussed. And yes, they are high and dry because they're on a topographic ridge that has well-drained soils, and all the flood waters recharge the aquifer. And if this gets impervious surface, it will drain to the north to the conservation area. This is the conservation area before and after rain events. It's obviously duly over flood capacity. And so basically, I feel the proposed project will negatively impact environmentally sensitive areas and cause extensive flooding and property. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers starts with Keith Rivera, followed by Eunice Che, June Che, and David Wing. And David, looks like you're getting 2 extra minutes from Rebecca Pendergast and Mike Pendergast.
All right, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Keith Rivera. I reside at 2813 Sedina Cove Street, Orlando, Florida, and I'm here to express our opposition to the proposed amendment to the future land use map. If you dig into the Orange County comp plan, policies flu 1.4.2 and 1.3.1 both talk about compatibility issues. And yes, it was shot down at the planning and zoning for compatibility issues. The applicant, ETM here, when they submitted their justification statement, they put an existing condition in there. And that condition says the site is surrounded by single-family residential neighborhoods to the north, south, west, and single-family residential neighborhood to the east across Dean Road. These are all detached single-family homes. Most of all of them are one-story. If you look at the current map, there's no LMDR in the immediate vicinity of the subject site. We believe that townhomes will change the character of the community and will not maintain the physical form of the building structures around it. Our concern is based on the fact that the proposed attached 2-story townhomes are significantly and aesthetically different than detached single-story family homes. The proposed development is not compatible with the surrounding communities. Furthermore, the proposed street parking is more in line with the Baldwin Park or live, work, play type community, and it doesn't really fit in a suburban type environment. Final notes here. To be clear, we do not oppose the development of the site, but we just specifically oppose the changing of the Flum Amendment and the zone change. It should also be known that this was shot down at the P&Z meeting on the 25th. Also, to address some of the conditions of the Weavers we're talking about, yeah, their site's undeveloped right now, aside from two single-family residential homes. It's the development that's proposed is what we're really opposing and concerned about the flood map, because they are affecting a flood zone, the FEMA firm map. They are proposing a letter of map revision with FEMA, which is going to alter all of the flood zones in the immediate vicinity to the north and the northeast. So I appreciate your time and hope you consider our opinions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Eunice Che, 2806 Sedina Cove Street, Orlando 32817. This property, no one mentioned it yet, but they want to develop this property raised 5 feet from where it is currently at. And we've already expressed our concerns for the flooding, and I have shown pictures to Mr. Sorensen at the first meeting where we had street level flooding, where the water level rose up high enough that we could not leave our driveways without flooding our engines. It came up halfway up the driveway, and we were stuck for a few days. We feel like this project, raised that high, will just dump all the water on the surrounding properties, and my property actually backs up to their property. So I'm concerned that that will actually cause flooding to my home. It will cause damage to me. I'm not opposed to them selling their property. They have the right to do that. But it's the effect of what they want to do with that property that we're against. And I'd like to donate the rest of my time to Dean Lester.
Well, because you spoke, I don't think we can let you donate your time to the next speaker. You would have had to have done that in advance.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. All right, so he gets his own 2 minutes.
Oh, that's Dean, by the way.
Oh.
I'm June Che, 2806 Sedina Cove Street, Orlando, Florida, 32817. As a resident, I encourage you to vote no to rezoning from low density to medium density. We prefer you to keep it the same, make it uniform. Anywhere around our side of the street is all basically single-family homes from Colonial Drive to Dean Road. Like everyone said, we've already mentioned there's a flooding problem, and the St. Johns River, whatever, management district will not release the water in our retention ponds. We have 3 retention ponds in our neighborhood, which is about similar size to what they're proposing, and it's at max level right now. If we get 2 to 3 inches of rain, which is very common, multiple times during the summer and everything, that's going to, for 9 acres, that's going to dump about 750,000 gallons of water. Okay. If it's grass, it can absorb most of it. But when you put concrete for the streets, the townhomes, the sidewalks, the roads, you name it, where is it going to go? It's going to flow to our side because they're already in a higher plane level. Plus, they're going to build it up another 5 feet. How would you feel if someone came and developed right in your backyard, 5 feet higher than where your elevation is, and then build something? Where's all the water going to go? Straight to you guys. Again, we have no problems with them selling the property, but we're against building the townhomes, which is going to be mostly concrete. Okay, and that's it.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Wing. I live at 9914 Tacoma Lane, Orlando, 32817. I am a street south of the proposed zoning change for the Dean Road Townhouse project. This zoning change is asking you to allow 76 townhomes on a parcel that has already been zoned for 30 single-family homes. Coincidentally, I believe, by the Weavers some years ago. That is more than doubling the density of this property and all properties around this parcel, which are all single-family homes. This requested density change is opposed by almost all adjoining neighbors. This zoning change was originally requested by the Weaver family, who through family members have owned this property since the 1940s. They are our neighbors, and we like them a lot. They're good people. It is also known as Gopher Hill due to the number of gopher turtles that have lived on the property throughout the years. The zoning change for Gopher Hill was instigated by the realtors and developers seeking to make a sizable profit off of Gopher Hill. The owners of Gopher Hill have had a carrot dangled in front of them. And if I own the property, I'll be honest with you, I might have followed the same suit as they are now. They need to get as much money as they can for the property. However, if this property is rezoned, the owners will probably leave the area and they will not care about the density changes. The realtor and developers will finish the project, go to the bank, and will not care about the density changes. In the review zoning board that were appointed by you, one member stated, if you think you people are going to stop development of vacant properties, you have another thing coming. Nobody wants to stop reasonable development in the area. Nobody objected to 30 single-family homes being built on this property. I'm not so sure that zoning member and two other zoning members really cares about the density of these density changes. The zoning board has voted twice at their last meeting to turn this change down by a vote of 5-3. Those 5 members care a little bit more. We are asking you to turn down this request based on the density already zoned is appropriate for the surrounding community. We are asking you to care a lot. At the original neighborhood meeting, there was a straw vote on this issue. The results were 88% vote against this proposal. I am sure if the whole community were polled, that percentage would go up. You rarely see a poll that outspoken. The folks that opposed, the folks that opposed are the people that voted you in office to adequately represent the citizens of Orange County, not the realtors and developers. The community has spoken. Will you back them up? Please vote no to this zoning request change. Oh, and by the way, since Gopher Hill is such a dynamic piece of property, has the county ever considered buying it as a satellite neighborhood park for Blanchard Park, which is down the street? It would be a tremendous addition to the quality parks that this commission and others have created for the citizens of Orange County and would serve the surrounding single-family homes greatly. Orange County Gopher Hill Neighborhood Park has a nice ring to it, don't you think? If I have time, I'd like to state that the developer stated they wanted to put the retention pond to the rear of the property. At the zoning meeting, their own engineer said this was not feasible.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
All right.
To
Next
the
speaker.
rest of the crowd, this is your final warning. You get one. We don't allow clapping, the outward making of noise while in the chambers. Okay. We want you all to stay. We don't want to ask you to leave. So follow the rules. Thank you. All right. Next speaker.
All right, next speaker is Dean Lester. Dean, something tells me you have a presentation because you have 6 extra minutes. From Eduardo Gonzalez, Steve Cully, Tran Costello, Ronald Jansen, Diane Vlad, and Ron Vlad. Perfect. You have to be here to donate time, so.
Pardon me, before I begin, which one is to advance slides? Thank you. Thank you very much. Dean Lester, 9927 Kona Isle Court, Orlando, Florida. I'm here also to represent Dean's Reserve Homeowners Association, which is the property immediately to the north. Can I get my my slides up? Yeah, I did it before the meeting. Thank you. So I'm here as part of Dean's Reserve Homeowners Association. We are the property immediately to the north. And to Mr. Weaver's comment earlier, to my knowledge, Dean's Reserve did not request a zoning variance. When we came into the community, we used the existing zoning that was in place. And so we're not asking for a zoning variance like the Weavers are asking, the developers are asking. So again, we're immediately to the north. And if you look at the brown area, that brown area is our wetland preserve. Today, that is a pond, that is a lake. There is no more capacity for water to go. And to the point that the Weaver's property is proposed, the developer has proposed to raise the grade by 5 feet and then pave it over with all concrete and asphalt and housing. So that water, that's where that's going to go, is to our pond that's already filled. Our gutters last week were filled completely to the top, and the water was coming out of the gutters into the street. And that was without a hurricane. If you'll notice, I don't know if you've been watching the geological survey. I've been watching the geological survey of the Econlockhatchee, and the Econlockhatchee reached a peak last week, and it has taken more than a week for that to subside. That water is where all of our retention pond and all of our conservation area water goes. It goes out to the Econlockhatchee, and the Econlockhatchee can only drain so fast. And so what we're talking about here is adding additional concrete on top of raising the grade of the surrounding property. That's where that water is going to go. Up on the screen, I'm showing a very wide view. The subject property in orange, I have highlighted 2 additional larger density properties. They're single-story duplexes, and I'll highlight single-story. Yes, that's higher density, but it's single-story. The other one just off Econ is condos. So all the way from University Boulevard all the way down to East Colonial on the west side of Dean Road has to essentially go all the way to Goldenrod before you encounter anything higher density. That entire rest of that square is all low-density residential, single-family, detached homes. All of those, majority of them are single-story. So we're looking at a sea of single-family detached homes, low-density residential. So that's why planning and zoning determined this to be incompatible and inconsistent. Yes, there's some apartment complexes on the other side of Dean Road, but what we're talking about is such a gigantic area of low density. That's why it's incompatible. That's why it's inconsistent. What we're looking at here is a view of the south part of Dean's Reserve, the immediate south part of Dean's Reserve, looking at across that white fence. That white fence is Don DeLee. That's the adjoining property. Those trees on the other side of that white fence are about 30 some odd feet high. That's about the height of what that would look like for those properties on the immediate other side of that fence. So the house on the right belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Che. Walking out of their backyard, walking out of their back porch, they're going to be looking up at a giant cliff 30 some odd feet high of 2-story townhomes. That's not compatible. The 2nd-story balcony looking down out of those 2-story condos or townhomes are going to be looking into their back door. That's incompatible. That's inconsistent. So with the remaining amount of my time, I took some pictures of what I think is a representative example development. This is just off of Union Park Drive, less than a mile from where we're talking about. I'm standing when I took this picture at road grade of the main road. Notice how I'm looking up at those townhomes. That's what's proposed, is to raise the grade by about 5 feet. So I'm looking up at those townhomes. Those are 2-story townhomes with the majority of everything paved over in concrete. Look at the double parking. Look at how high those developments are. Significant coverage of impervious surfaces, and those townhomes are packed in as tight as they can be. That's what we're looking at. That's what's being proposed here. So just outside the development, look at the standing water. That's where that water goes when it comes out of that concrete paved townhomes area. This is looking down the street just outside that development. Look at all of the overflow parking. There's not enough parking in their proposed development. There's no parking lots at all. They're proposing parking in front of all of those townhomes. And you know what happens when people move into townhomes? You're going to get more people than you have bedrooms for. You're going to get more cars than you have a parking for, and that's where that goes. Here's an example of the setback view just across or just outside that fenced area for the for the example development. That's what this kind of development looks like. It doesn't look like what we've got today, single-family homes, detached homes, like I showed, that gigantic, that's got to be several hundred acres of low-density residential. And we're going to plot this in the middle of it. I think that's all the slides. Yes, that's all the slides I have. And look, I've still got time left over. I really hope that I've honored the request of the folks that donated their time to me today. We respectfully request that you vote this down like Planning and Zoning did. They voted to deny because it was incompatible and inconsistent. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lester. Next speaker.
All right. One more large batch of speakers. Going to start with Eric Bremer. And Eric, you get 1 minute donated from Joshua. All right. After Eric is going to be Andrew Morgenthau, Mary McLean, Edna Feliciano, and May Ken Rodier.
All right, Mr. Grimmer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Commissioners. Eric Grimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm a chapter lead for Orlando YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. For those not aware of our organization, we are a pro-housing advocacy group that supports housing abundance to address affordability issues primarily caused by an imbalance between supply and demand of available homes. But in seeking that abundance, we stand firmly against suburban sprawl and its resulting disastrous environmental and financial consequences. We need to build more housing where we already are, which is why we support this proposal, which is a classic infill project. The comprehensive plan states that we need to encourage infill development because it efficiently uses land and infrastructure in the urban service area. This proposal is also a perfect example of the missing middle, which I've heard nearly every member of this board talk about that we need to do more of. The missing middle are housing types in between large detached single-family homes and multi-story apartment buildings. Townhomes are classic missing middle and provide more affordable home ownership opportunities than detached single-family homes. Vision 2050 contains multiple pages on the need for more missing middle housing in Orange County and its benefits. I also want to touch on compatibility. P&Z recommended denial of the project due to incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods of detached large lot single-family homes. That conclusion is plainly inconsistent with the comprehensive plans that states continuous stretches of housing types and densities shall be avoided, and that being compatible does not equal conformity. However, I frequently see compatibility applied to require conformity with existing surrounding neighborhoods. And those surrounding neighborhoods usually consist of large lot detached single-family homes. Requiring conformity results in fewer housing available for our residents as well as drives up prices countywide. If we are going to provide enough homes for our existing residents and those we know are coming in the near future, we have to grab this low-hanging fruit where we can. There are big concerns raised on this project with regard to flooding and infrastructure, which the board also talked about extensively this morning. These are very real concerns that we have to solve. We know that our current revenue streams are insufficient. The county administrator this morning acknowledged we need substantial investments in infrastructure and stormwater improvements. What we can't do is throw up our hands, halt all development in the county, and rely on our current funding sources. We need our development to be more efficient and provide more revenue on a per acre basis. Townhomes are more efficient use of land from both a scarce land and revenue perspective. Ditto with multifamily. We need more mixed use under Orange Code and Vision 2050. Give ourselves the ability to actually solve these very real challenges. Or maybe, just maybe, we might have to have a little chat about that millage rate. I know no one wants to talk about it, but we need actual solutions. The status quo just won't cut it. Please support this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grimmer. Next speaker, please.
Andrew Morgenthau, 13051 Lake Live Oak Drive. I'm also a member of the Orlando YIMBY chapter. I come at this issue from a little bit of a different direction. There are a lot of elements that we can talk about. We can talk about flooding and drainage, traffic, compatibility. But what I always come back to is families. More than anything, housing is a family issue for me. As a few of you know, I'm currently going through an extremely difficult divorce. And obviously, there are a lot of reasons for that. I have to feel like one of them, though, is housing. In order to be able to afford a place to live, my wife and I had to get an apartment 50 minutes away from where my parents live. That's important because in order to be able to save up for a home, which just constantly crept out of reach in this market, we saved money on childcare by having my parents watch our son. That added 50 minutes one way every day to our commute. That amount of time alone has been shown to increase divorce chances by 40%. Housing is a family issue. If we'd been able to afford a home, I have to believe there'd be a much higher chance that we'd still be together. But the stress of that commute, made necessary by the lack of affordable housing, and the Sisyphean task of trying to save up for a home, made that an impossibility. Whether Vision 2050 is adopted or not, I don't think the figures that motivate it are controversial. The numbers are what the numbers are. 700,000 new people coming in. They're going to have to live somewhere. I think someone quoted scripture earlier, Luke 6:31, that do unto others. It's nice, and we all have a role to play in that. Over the next 25 years, this issue is going to come up again and again for every neighborhood and every block in this county. No one's being singled out here. We all have to do unto others as has already been done for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Edna Feliciano. My husband Raymond is sitting there. I'm definitely against this project. That's all I have to say.
All right, I think we got it. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mary McLean. I live at 9918 Burgundy Bay Street, just north of the proposed zone change. I appreciate that the builder has gone out of their way to change plans to better drain the development and to build out a specific catchment pond to keep the flood impact minimal. However, the persisting problem is the level of indemnity that this proposed zoning change would bring to the National Flood Insurance Program. This zoning change would not bring the American dream of owning a home to more local residents. Instead, it would most likely become an American nightmare. To explain, with the current plan change, the proposed change, roughly a third of the proposed homes would immediately fall in the current Zone A flood zone and be required to carry nationally sponsored flood insurance. The national program and FEMA will have to take on the fiscal risk of insuring these properties starting as little as 30 days after occupation. The risk of flooding on this land, once graded for development, is not insignificant. The level of water management required to make the land suitable for the proposed level of development in the zone change would quickly erase any anticipated profits for the developer itself. I would suggest instead that the land be purchased by the county as a conservation zone funded by the issuing and sale of municipal bonds. I am certain that given the high turnout, time and time again regarding this proposed development, there are many local residents who would be more than happy to contribute. Only by protecting this area can we mitigate the fiscal obligation this change would place on our government. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next speaker.
Hello, my name is Macon Rodier. I live at 1237 Almond Tree Court, Orlando, Florida, 32835. I am with Orlando YIMBY, and I am for this development because increasing the supply of housing is vital for creating spaces young people like me can afford in our community. I actually lived in a townhome close by this development before the pandemic, and massive increases in The price of housing forced me to move back in with my parents. The housing supply in this area of the community does not meet the demand the community places upon it, and the people that bear the price are people like myself and my friends who still struggle to afford housing in the community and are forced to resort to living in storage units. We have to do everything we can to help ease the burden our constrained housing supply places on the people least able to bear it. We need to build a community where those who want to live there actually can, and there are challenges to accomplishing this, but we must meet these challenges in order to provide the entire community a place to call home. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Mayor, that was the last speaker card for this case.
All right, fantastic.
What's your name, miss? Yes, called you earlier. Got you.
We have one more?
One more, Mayor.
All right, name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Roxana Brisi, and I live in 2827 Bolton Bend, Orlando, Florida, 32817. My property is on the back of this, my house is on the back of this property, and as my own neighbors said and showed the pictures, I think that I'm going to be directly affected. Not only that, in our neighborhood, we have only two exits, actually. One to Econolahatchee and the other one to Dean. And Airport Ridge School is a very small school. They said that the school has plenty of room. I don't think so. And all these houses are going to send the kids to this school. So the traffic is going to be a nightmare. It is already a nightmare. So that is going to be increased. So I think it's very clear that the majority just in this place is against this project. And again, we are not against to a single family homes. We against to this overwhelming project that definitely doesn't complain with our neighborhood right now. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers
No.
during the public comment period?
No more speakers, Mayor.
All right. So as we move forward, we have at 5:01, we have a statutorily prescribed library board meeting to approve the library's final budget. And so I'm going to try to get as much of this in before then. If we are not done, we're going to adjourn as the Board of County Commission and take up the library board issues, and then we'll come back if we are not done with this item. Okay. So with that, I'm going to give the applicant, Ms. Rebecca Wilson, will come forward if you have any rebuttal comments. And then after your rebuttal comments, we will close the public hearing period of time.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we heard two main concerns, and we would like to first offer a way, I think, to address one of those, and then bring up my engineer to talk about the flooding, which is a serious concern throughout Orange County. Again, as a reminder, you all know that what you're proposing or what you are approving today does not change the flood map. It is a change in zoning that we are requesting, and the change in zoning we are requesting is to planned development, which is basically the square with the outlined conditions. These concept plans that we show are ways that we believe we could develop this property, which has to come back as townhomes to this board, right? So we're playing with different concept plans. This is one that we have also looked at that moves the stormwater pond back to Dean Road because we've heard that there are concerns about flooding to the west. It gives those property owners to the west 115 feet of buffer. I think what's also important to show on this is unlike was described by Mr. Lester, these units are not right behind the wall that is to the north. There is a 50-foot right-of-way and then a significant landscape buffer. In this instance, that buffer would be open space of 0.42 acres. We also have open space where our amenities would go of 0.91 acres, and then the open space to the west could be around 0.72 acres. The point being is that we are clustering these units to the interior of the property and creating significant open space buffers around the periphery. So if this is something that the board would like to require us to move towards, we can offer conditions that would limit the number of units to 68 units. So we originally asked for 80. This would limit that to 68 units. What's really important when we talk about flooding is not the number of people that will be on the piece of property, but it is the amount of impervious that is on the property. If this is single-family residential, they can have pools, they can have patios, they have large driveways. Under your code, they can have 75% max ISR. We would agree to the same thing for us, so that there's no difference in the ISR being developed. Again, I mentioned the setback to the western boundary. We agree to provide amenities such as the tot lot and dog park, and then we could locate the stormwater there adjacent to Dean Road. And just to skip through a couple of slides, this is the FEMA map. So I know that people were showing you pictures of flooding. Well, that's actually what the map says is going to happen in those portions of their neighborhood. That is where the conservation area and the stormwater was created for their neighborhood in the FEMA map. As you can see, most of our property is above that elevation, and nothing that is being done here today changes that, whether it's single-family residential or it's townhomes. If there are impacts to this FEMA elevation, condition number 9 of our land use plan requires, you guys have this new program that a lot of the engineers don't like, but it requires us, and your engineer can agree, requires us to go through a very lengthy process on our own dime before we begin to impact any of that. As you can see, Nanda Lee Road has already separated that FEMA line. I'm going to actually call it, yeah, I went to school to argue, not an engineer. So I'll call up our engineer to give us the better word for it. But it is not true that we're raising the site 5 feet. He never said that at the hearing. He can come up here and tell you that. But we will have to comply with new county standards for stormwater, with new St. Johns River water management standards for stormwater that candidly these neighborhoods that were built in the late 80s and late 90s were not required to meet. And one last thing, and then just tell me if I'm saying it wrong, but our requirement is that we cannot release water off of this site at a rate that exceeds how the water currently flows off the site, which is why when we add impervious, we have to build a stormwater pond to hold that water for a certain amount of time before it can enter into the public system. And by the way, it goes south, not north, to these neighborhoods. So why don't you just come on up, Chris, in case you've got anything else to offer, and happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Chris Warshaw with England, Timms & Miller, 1411 Edgewater Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32804. I know we're running short on our prescribed time, so I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you guys have. As far as kind of the process when we talk about new development and drainage, right now, as we are working on the zoning application, we're still pretty preliminary in that stage. We have many review processes that are still going to go through that we have to prove to the county and to the Water Management District and ultimately to FEMA on this one that we do not cause an adverse impact off-site. We will have to prove That FEMA line is actually, it's a mapped, it's called Zone A. There's not actually been an elevation associated with that line. So we'll have to go through a process to actually determine what the true floodplain is, and then we will go and take care of any impacts that we would have within that floodplain per the county ordinances on how to develop within a floodplain. Again, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. I know we're all excited for this project, and thank you for your time.
And Mayor, just to, as the ballot measures are coming up in November to set a rural boundary where the county then holds firm on where they want to encourage development. This is exactly the type of thing Orange County is going to begin to have to approve and grapple with if we really want to keep portions of the county rural and undeveloped. So if you want to fight urban sprawl, you encourage density in infill locations. And if you want to protect the rural boundary and environment, we must use density in these infill locations. Thank you so much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Just one quick question. I think it was someone indicated that without changing the zoning, you could do 4 units per acre. Is that correct, John?
The property is currently LDR, so without changing the comprehensive plan densities, they'd have up to 4 units per acre.
Okay, and so you looked at that, and that doesn't meet your financial price points?
That's correct. If we were forced, if we were forced to do low density residential, my client would not, and the Weavers would have to find a single family residential developer to do it, and we would end up with exactly the same patterns that we're seeing here, which is more large lot, single family residential homes that are largely priced so that it's difficult for young families to be able to afford. We're trying to create a different housing type that has an attainability to younger families. And by the way, these townhomes have 3 and 4 bedrooms. So this is not a multifamily project where it's a lot of 1 bedrooms and studios. These are really meant for families that want to live in this neighborhood for the same reasons the current neighbors want to live here.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period of time at this point. I'll open it up for any questions or comments by commissioners, if we have any. Okay. I don't see any, so with that, I'm going to go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I'm just going to make this super quick. I'm just going to speak really fast right now. So my first concern started with staff showing the map of all the densities in in multifamily and all those higher density areas, which happen to be about 2 miles away from the subject property. So that's a bit concerning to me that it was very deceptive, I found. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm always in favor of infill. I would think this would be a great place to put infill, but it is in an area that is mostly single family homes. And if we went by those policies that they had put up about, infill, then if we follow that strictly, we could have like a high rise next to a single family home. So, you do have to take other things into consideration. When it comes to townhomes, I'm finding townhomes to be more expensive now than single family homes. They used to be less expensive, but now they're more expensive. Not only are they more expensive to purchase outright, but you also have these really high monthly HOA fees that come along with them too. So they definitely are not as more affordable than single family homes. And when we mean the missing middle, we don't mean, it used to be, like I said, townhomes used to be more affordable in that missing middle, but now they're more expensive than single family homes. So what we need is missing middle, meaning under 80% AMI affordable income, like rent controlled housing. That is what the missing middle that we need, not missing middle of types that are becoming more expensive than single family homes. And I keep telling Eric this over and over again, more housing does not create more affordability. What we need, because we have plenty of inventory. The problem is that we don't have affordable inventory. So flooding is definitely one of the things we need to take into concern of this because their streets are flooding. The reason why is because the infrastructure is over capacity when it comes to handling all the water that's coming in. So the county is going to have to look at some of the infrastructure out there and how we could probably widen the pipes or something in order for this water to move a lot faster. But within that too, like that larger study is needed because this water is going into the Econlockhatchee River, which could only take so much water at such a certain amount of speed, which again goes back to our morning conversation that we really need to look at those formulas for these ponds. They need to hold water probably a lot more longer and slow down at how the flow comes out of them. Compatibility, well, definitely already said it's not compatible, and I am going to agree with the PZC recommendation. And I have to say I am concerned about the conditions that were added because I did have a meeting with her and she could have brought those up at that time and during this presentation so that I could have had more feedback from the residents on those conditions, but we didn't have the opportunity. So I'm going to agree with the PZC. And do I just make a motion to agree with the PZC recommendation? That's what I'm confused about. Like, how do I word that motion?
Well, you would.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know. Like,
you
do
would
I
make a motion to approve the requested action, which is denial.
Or do I make a motion to? I'm
Right.
confused on how this is.
I apologize for the confusion. So staff is bringing forward, as we always do, PZC's recommendation. In this case, what you see on the screen as an action requested is PZC's recommendation for denial. That includes denial of both the comprehensive plan amendment, the associated ordinance, and the requested rezoning.
Okay. So my motion to approve the recommended action is keeping in line with the, okay, so that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Wait, what is the motion? It is to approve the recommendation of denial.
Okay, so to uphold the PNC.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
Mayor, may we get a deferral?
Well, unfortunately, we have a motion and a second. Is there a second?
So what are you asking? You said defer. What are you asking the commissioner?
I apologize. She is correct. We met. I knew that we may be able to go down to 68 units. I did not know until I saw a plan that we would be able to offer other conditions. So I'd like an opportunity to defer and work with those.
Okay, so I could do that and have some more time to speak, but I do want, if we have it continued, I want a notice to go out to the public too so that they're aware of what those changes are and they know when the next meeting is going to be as well.
Second.
Okay, you did not have a second, so.
A motion to continue
Well,
till.
What's the next date?
Our next one is October 8th, and then we have October 29th after that.
Okay, and what does the afternoon agenda look like on the 8th?
It's going to
have a very busy
both
October 8th.
Both are very busy days.
It's going to have to be the 29th because we're going to need time to send out notices to the residents.
Okay, so the motion would be to continue to October 29th. Okay, and the afternoon at 2 p.m. All right, I think Commissioner Uribe, did you second the motion? A second by Commissioner Uribe.
No, that's okay. I'll take it.
All right. Well, I don't know if she was first. Okay. Commissioner Uribe on the second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
so
it may be a good time to adjourn.
Yes. So at this time, we ask that you all remain quiet as you exit. We have we'll adjourn as the Board of County Commission at this time, and at 5:01 we'll rejoin as the library board at that time. All right. So we got 3 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our final Library District public hearing to consider the library's millage and budget. We have already adjourned as the Board of County Commission, but we are convening at this time as the Orange County Library District Governing Board. I would like to welcome Ms. Stephanie Herdosia from the City of Orlando as a member of the library's governing board. Today's date, September the 24th, 2024. I would like to announce that if there's anyone that would like to speak during the public comment period of time, please fill out a speaker card. You will have the opportunity to address the board this evening. At this time, I will call on the Director and Chief Executive Officer for the library, Mr. Steve Powell, who will provide some opening remarks at this time. And with that, Mr. Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to consider and adopt the Orange County Library District final millage and budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. The following materials are available at the information desk in the atrium area just outside the doors to these chambers. Copies of the budget and millage resolutions. These documents provide the library's final budget and millage information for fiscal year 2024-2025. There are copies of these documents available for distribution. If you wish but did not receive one, please visit the information desk or see the Orange County Library District representative in the atrium. The items to be considered tonight include Orange County Library District final millage, Orange County Library District final budget. At the conclusion of the public hearing, we will announce and adopt the final millage to be followed by the adoption of the final budget. Mayor Demings, with your permission, I would like to call on Mr. Christopher Shoemaker, the library's Chief Financial Officer, to announce the library's millage information.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Shoemaker, you are recognized at this time to announce the library district millage rate.
The following final millage rate is hereby established and fixed for the following purpose. The associated percentage is the percentage by which the millage rate adopted herein exceeds the rolled back millage rate. The final millage rate is 0.3748. The rolled back millage rate is 0.357. The final millage rate is 4.99% above the rolled back rate. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
No cards at this time, sir.
All right. Then can we have a motion to accept and adopt the millage resolution?
Second, Wilson.
Okay, I think the motion was by Commissioner Uribe? No?
No.
That was, okay. All right. Ms. Herdosia made the motion. Okay, I looking down. All right, the seconder on the motion was that Commissioner Wilson. All right, got it right. All right, with that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now, Mr. Shoemaker, please announce the budget information.
The proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 Orange County Library District's budget is $165,521,420, which is a 13.13% increase over the prior fiscal year. Mayor.
All right. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on the budget information? See none, hear none. And we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll ask for a motion to accept and adopt the budget resolution.
So moved, Stephanie.
Second, Uribe.
Who was the first person? Okay, Ms. Herdosia. She has that little voice. All right. The seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All right. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. There being no other further items on the agenda for the Library District Board at this time, we stand adjourned.